Cold as puck. Cold as puck. An enemies with benefits hockey romance. Arden Blackwell. Copyright 2026 Arden Blackwell. All rights reserved. No part of this book may be reproduced, distributed, or transmitted in any form or by any means without the prior written permission of the author, except for brief quotations in a book review. This is a work of fiction. Names, characters, places, and incidents are the product of the author's imagination or are used fictitiously. Any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, events, or locales is entirely coincidental. First edition, 2026. For everyone who ever shared ice with someone they swore they couldn't stand, and stayed anyway. The heart has its reasons which reason knows nothing of. Blaise Pascal. Contents. Prologue. The first time he ruined my ice. Chapter 1. Ice Queen, reporting for war. Chapter 2. She skates like she's trying to win a fight. Chapter 3. Rules of engagement. Chapter 4. Truce, terms, and other dirty words. Chapter 5. What happens at Callahan parties. Chapter 6. The napkin. Chapter 7. The physics of collision. Chapter 8. What you don't say. Chapter 9. Enemy territory. Chapter 10. The bruise you don't see. Chapter 11. Thin ice, literal and otherwise. Chapter 12. What the ice knows. Chapter 13. Everything that isn't said. Chapter 14. The evidence. Chapter 15. What wasn't in the rules. Chapter 16. The accusation. Chapter 17. The empty rink. Chapter 18. What I didn't say. Chapter 19. The conversation that should have come first. Chapter 20. Rewrite the rules. Chapter 21. All eyes on the ice. Chapter 22. What draft decisions are made of. Chapter 23. After the ice. Chapter 24. New ice. Prologue. The first time he ruined my ice. The ice belongs to me at 5:45 in the morning. Not legally. Not on paper. But in every way that matters, the way the cold sits heavy and clean in the empty arena, the way the boards don't shake with crowd noise, the way my blades are the only sound in the whole building, it's mine. Every morning. Without question. That was the rule until Jack Callahan decided rules were for other people. I was mid-combination spin when it happened. Back inside edge, arms drawn tight to my chest, rotating so fast the far boards blurred into a gray smear. My music, Ludovico Einaudi, the piece I'd been working to for 3 weeks, filled the rink from the small portable speaker I kept at center ice. Everything was exactly right. The rotation count, the speed, the placement of my free leg. I was close to something. I could feel it sitting just at the edge of the spin, that moment where the whole thing stops being effort and starts being something else entirely. Then the overhead lights slammed on. All of them. Every bank. The rink went from early morning quiet to the full blinding glare of game time in about half a second, and I lost the spin. I hit the ice wrong, right hip, right palm, and slid 2 feet before I stopped. My music kept playing for exactly 4 more seconds before someone's arena system drowned it out completely. Hard rock. Something with too much bass and not enough sense. It bounced off every surface in the building and came back twice as loud. I sat on the ice and took one breath. Then I heard the gate. 6 of them came through like they'd already won something. Skates, sticks, full practice gear at 6 in the morning. They were loud the way hockey players are always loud, talking over each other, someone's stick hitting the boards, someone else laughing at something that wasn't that funny. They moved onto the ice like it had always been theirs and I was the thing in the wrong place. I got up. Brushed the frost off my palm. Picked up my speaker and walked to the boards. He was the last one through the gate. Jack Callahan was a sophomore then. I was a freshman. We'd passed each other in the athletic complex hallways maybe 4 times and never spoken. I knew who he was, everyone knew who he was, the program was already building hype around him, but knowing who someone is and wanting to share ice with them at 6 in the morning are two completely different things. He didn't look at me when he said it. He was adjusting his helmet strap, talking to the guy next to him about something, and he said it the way you say something you've already forgotten before you've finished saying it. Early ice got moved up. Your coach should have gotten the email. That was it. No, sorry. No, are you okay? I watched you fall. No acknowledgement that I was a person standing in front of him with ice dust on my leggings and a bruise forming on my hip. Just the email line, like that settled it, like information was the same thing as an apology. I looked at him for a moment. He still hadn't looked at me. I picked up my blade guards from the boards. I walked to the gate. And right before I stepped off the ice, I turned back, took 3 quick strides, and dragged a hard stop, a real one, full weight on the back edge, the kind that throws a spray of ice shavings like a small controlled explosion. It hit his skates. Some of it caught his shin pads. He finally looked up. I met his eyes for exactly 1 second. Then I walked out. I heard one of his teammates say something behind me. I didn't catch the words. What I caught was his voice after it, low, not laughing with them. I didn't look back to see his face. That was 3 years ago. I was 18 and furious and so certain I knew exactly what Jack Callahan was, careless, entitled, the kind of person who takes up space without thinking about who he's displacing, that I filed him away completely. Labeled him. Closed the folder. I was so sure I had him right. I've been wrong about a lot of things in my life. That might be the one I'd most like to take back. Not because it wasn't true. Because it wasn't the whole truth. And there's a difference, and I didn't learn that difference until this year, and by the time I did, I'd already made every mistake the difference explains. But that morning, I walked out of the Hartwell Ice Pavilion with my speaker under my arm and my hip aching, and I told myself, that boy is your enemy. Keep it simple. Keep it clean. Simple and clean. I kept that promise for 3 years. Then someone handed us both a drink at a party in October, and the whole thing came apart at the seams. This is what happened after. Chapter 1. Ice Queen, reporting for war. Isla. Senior year starts the same way freshman year did. With Jack Callahan on my ice. I know before I even push through the pavilion doors. The lights are already on, that flat, hard game day brightness that has no business existing at 5:45 in the morning. I can hear the bass of whatever music they play during warm-ups bleeding through the corridor walls. I stop in the hallway for 1 second, hand on the door handle, and breathe through my nose. New season. Same problem. I push through anyway. The team is already running drills at the far end. 8 of them, maybe 9, moving in those short choppy patterns hockey players do when they're just waking their legs up. Sticks and pucks and the hard crack of someone shooting on the empty net. They are loud and large and completely unbothered by the fact that the posted schedule says 6 o'clock, not 5:45. I walk to the boards. I set down my bag. I lace up without looking at them because I refuse to give any of this more energy than it takes to breathe. My name is Isla Chen. I am 21 years old. I have been skating since I was 4. I have competed at 3 national qualifiers, placed in the top 5 at 2 of them, and this year, I am going to place first. This is my final competitive season at Hartwell. I have 1 program, 1 shot, and approximately 6 months to make it count. I do not have time for this. I step onto the ice at the far end, away from them, and start my warm-up edges. Forward outside, forward inside, back outside, back inside. The basics. The foundation. My blade teacher used to say you could tell everything about a skater from their edges, whether they were careful or reckless, patient or rushing, honest with themselves or pretending. I run my edges until I can feel the ice through the blade like it's an extension of my foot, not just something under it. I don't look at them. I don't register them. I am on my ice and their noise. Then someone's puck slides across center and stops 12 inches from my left blade. I look at it. I look at the player who shot it, some junior I don't know, currently looking at me with the specific expression of someone waiting to see if I'll throw it back or make a scene. I pick up the puck. I skate it calmly to the red line and set it down. Then I skate back to my end without saying a word. A couple of them laugh. Not mean, exactly. Just the casual confidence of people who have never had to fight for space. I hear one voice separate from the rest, knock it off. Low. Flat. Not a request. I don't look to see who said it. I already know the voice. I run my program entrance 3 times before I let myself glance toward their end. It's a habit. I check the ice traffic before I do any big elements, because I am not getting taken out by a hockey player mid-spin. When I look up, most of them have shifted back to their own drills. Except one. He's standing at the far blue line, stick resting across his shoulders the way guys do when they're not doing anything in particular. He's not pretending to look somewhere else. He's just watching. Not with that bored look his teammates have, like I'm something mildly interesting in an otherwise dull morning. Different from that. I can't name what it is. I don't try. I look away first. I file it under irrelevant and go back to my program. I leave at 6:48. That's 8 minutes past my ice time, which should be fine because the schedule says they have the rink until 8, but I have learned over 3 years that leaving 1 second past my posted time gives them ammunition, so I leave early. I always leave early. I give nothing that can be taken. The athletic admin office is in the West Building, a 5-minute walk from the pavilion. I know this route. I have walked it so many times in the last 3 years that the cracked tile near the second water fountain feels personal. I push open the office door and stop. Jack Callahan is standing at the front desk. He has not showered since practice. He is still in half his gear, pads off, thank God, but he's in his practice jersey, a Hartwell hockey bag over one shoulder, and he is in the middle of saying something to the admin assistant, Denise, who has been working at this desk since before either of us was born and has the patience of someone who has survived 30 years of college athletes. He turns when the door opens. We look at each other. Chen, he says. Callahan, I say. Denise looks between us. I'll get the scheduling binder, she says, and disappears into the back office with the specific energy of someone who has seen this before and wants no part of it. I walk to the desk and set down my folder, printed, tabbed, 3 copies, because I was raised by a woman who believes documentation is armor. I'm here to file a formal complaint about recurring early ice violations by the men's hockey program. Specifically, the pattern of the team taking ice at 5:45 when their posted slot begins at 6. I'm here to dispute the October ice schedule, which cuts our morning practice slot by 30 minutes with no notice. He says it to the space in front of him, not to me. So we're both here because of the same problem. We're here because of different sides of the same problem. The problem, I say, is that your team shows up early. The problem, he says, is that the schedule keeps changing and nobody tells us until the night before. I look at him. He looks at me. There is about 18 inches of counter space between us. The schedule changed, I say slowly, because someone filed a request in August to expand your morning slot. The request cited, quote, increased practice demands for the upcoming season. That request is the reason my warm-up time got cut by 15 minutes. So when your team shows up early on top of that, I am losing close to half an hour of ice that I am paying for through my scholarship. Something shifts in his face. Small. Quick. Like he's filing something away. I didn't file that August request, he says. I didn't say you did. You implied. I said someone filed it. I didn't name you. That's your inference. I pull one copy of my complaint from the folder and slide it across the counter toward Denise's empty spot. I'm submitting this regardless of what you're here for. My issue is documented. He looks at the paper. Then back at me. You print everything in triplicate, he says. One for the office, one for my coach, one for my personal record. I pick up my bag. I'd suggest your team check the posted schedule before arriving early tomorrow. I'd hate for there to be a pattern established right before the rink board meeting. His eyes sharpen. What rink board meeting? I'm already turning toward the door. Ask your coach. I leave before he can answer. I don't look back. I have Priya's number dialed before I hit the hallway. She picks up on the second ring. How bad, she says. Scale of 1 to having to share a bathroom with my mother. Oh no. We ran into each other at the admin office. Both there about the schedule. What did you say? Nothing that wasn't true. I push through the building's side door into the September air. It's cool enough that my breath shows. I mentioned the rink board meeting. Isla. Her voice changes. That's why I was calling you. I stop walking. What? The meeting isn't just about schedules. She pauses, and Priya only pauses like that specific careful pause, when she's working out how to say something she knows I'm not going to take well. They're calling it a restructuring meeting. Athletic program allocations. The air is still cold. I am still standing in it. I hear the words fine. They're looking at our ice hours, she says. Like, looking at them hard. Maggie heard from someone on the board's student committee that they're considering a significant reduction. Maybe more. I don't say anything. Isla. I heard you. What do you want to do? The September wind picks up. Somewhere behind me, from the direction of the pavilion, I can hear the faint echo of pucks hitting boards. I want to see the proposal, I say. Whatever they're presenting at that meeting, I want the full document before they vote. How are you going to get that? I start walking again. I don't know yet. I keep my voice level because if I let it go anywhere right now it will go somewhere I can't afford. But they are not cutting our hours. Not this year. Not any year. I hang up and put my phone in my pocket. I walk the rest of the way to my dorm building without stopping, and the whole way I keep my shoulders back and my pace even, and I do not once let myself think about the fact that 3 years of early mornings and 3 years of perfect programs and 3 years of building toward this one final season might be standing on ground that someone else is about to cut from under me. I think about it at exactly 11 that night, alone in my room with the door closed, for about 45 seconds. Then I make a list. I have always made lists. My mother says it's the only trait I got from her worth keeping. Step 1, I write. Get the proposal. I underline it twice. Then I go to sleep. Chapter 2. She skates like she's trying to win a fight. Jack. I saw her fall. That's the part one don't say out loud. When the lights came on and the music kicked in and we pushed through the gate, I wasn't watching the ice. I was mid-sentence with Damon about the September practice rotation, and then my peripheral caught movement and I looked over and she was already down, that quick hard drop of someone who lost an edge mid-rotation, no warning, just there and then not. Nobody else on the team noticed. They were too loud, too focused on their own warm-up, too used to being the only people who mattered in this building. I noticed. I also noticed that she got up in about 1 second flat. Didn't check herself the way most people do after a fall, didn't sit there, didn't touch the hip she'd clearly landed on, didn't look around to see if anyone saw. She just stood up, brushed off her palm, picked up her speaker, and walked to the boards like falling was something she'd already scheduled and accounted for and moved past. I said the line about the email because that's what Holt told us, they should have gotten the email, and because I didn't know what else to say, and because she was already walking away and I had 8 guys behind me who needed to start practice. She didn't look at me when I said it. She looked at me exactly once the whole morning, right before she left. 1 second. Direct, flat, giving nothing. I've had coaches look at me with more warmth. Then the ice shavings hit my skates and she was gone. For minutes, Damon says, appearing at my left shoulder. I watch her walk out of the gate. What? You watched her for 4 minutes. I counted. He taps his stick twice on the ice. You hate her, remember? I don't hate her. You've said, and I'm quoting directly, that girl is the most infuriating person on this campus approximately 6 times since freshman year. Infuriating isn't hate. It's not like, either. I skate away from him before that sentence can land anywhere useful. The thing about Isla Chen, the thing I've spent 3 years not saying out loud, not even to myself, is that she skates like she's trying to win a fight. Not against the judges, not against the music, not against the technical requirements. Against something inside herself. Like there's a version of the program that isn't good enough and she is personally refusing to let it exist. Every element lands exactly right. Not performed right. Right in a way that looks like necessity, like the alternative is losing something she can't afford to lose. I know that feeling. I recognize it from the inside. That's the part one don't say. I run drills for an hour. I keep my head where it belongs. By 7:30 I'm in the locker room, shower running, and I'm not thinking about Isla Chen or the way she got up from that fall or the fact that she was on this ice an hour before she was supposed to be, because she is exactly the kind of person who shows up an hour before she's supposed to be. I'm not thinking about any of it. Damon leans against the locker next to mine. Holt wants to see you after. After shower or after breakfast? He said now, so probably after shower if you hurry. Coach Holt's office smells like old coffee and dry erase marker. He's standing when I come in, which is never good. Holt sits for good news and stands for the other kind. Scouts, he says. Home opener. They'll be in the box. I sit down. How many? 3 teams. One of them serious. He looks at me with the particular expression he saves for conversations he'd rather not be having. This is your year, Callahan. You know that. I know that. But the captaincy review. My captaincy isn't up for review. Everything's up for review. That's what review means. He sits down then, which I decide to read as a good sign. Marcus Webb has been talking to the athletic director. Nothing formal. Just talking. I keep my face still. About what? Leadership approach. Practice culture. The usual language people use when they want something without saying they want it. Marcus Webb is the alternate captain. He has wanted the C since before I got it. He is talented, he is well liked by certain parts of the fan base, and he is the kind of person who understands exactly how much damage you can do with a conversation that never happened. Marcus is a good player, I say. Yes. Holt looks at me. And I'm a better captain. He nods once. Then play like it this season. The scouts, the captaincy, all of it, keep your head clean, stay above whatever Marcus is building, and play the hockey I know you can play. He stands again, which is apparently his way of ending things. Don't give anyone a reason. I get up. I won't. I mean it when I say it. The admin office visit was supposed to be fast. It wasn't fast. I got to the desk and Denise disappeared immediately, which I've learned means either she's getting something or she's avoiding something, and then the door opened and I turned around and there was Isla Chen with a folder tucked under her arm and the expression of someone who arrived ready for a fight and found exactly what they expected. I've had 3 years of these hallway moments with her. The athletic complex is not large. We share a building, a schedule board, an equipment storage corridor, and apparently the same instinct to show up early for everything. She is always ready for the fight. That's the thing. Most people, when they run into someone they don't like, have a half-second of adjustment, a recalibration, the moment you decide whether to be polite or honest. She doesn't have that half-second. She steps into every interaction with me like she's already 3 moves ahead and she's been there waiting. It's the most aggravating quality she has. It's the one I respect most. She said the thing about the August request and watched my face while she said it. She was right, I didn't file that request. I didn't know about it until Holt mentioned the schedule change 2 weeks ago and I assumed admin had handled it without looping me in. I said as much and she told me she wasn't accusing me, and technically she was right, but the way she said it made clear she'd considered the possibility and found it consistent with my character. I didn't argue that. You print everything in triplicate. I said instead, because the folder was there and I needed a second. She looked at me the same way she looks at me when I say things she's already anticipated, not surprised, not amused. Just noting it. When she said I'd hate for there to be a pattern established right before the rink board meeting, that was the thing. The specific turn of phrase, the flat delivery, the way she was already moving toward the door when she said it. She said it like she knew it would land and she didn't need to watch it land to know. I stood at Denise's desk for a moment after she left. She comes in about twice a month, Denise said, reappearing from the back with the scheduling binder. Always with documentation. Yeah, I said. That tracks. I'm eating lunch when my phone buzzes on the table. Unknown number. I don't usually open unknown texts. I open this one because the preview shows "Hey Captain" and for a second I think it's someone from the team messing around. Hey Captain. Heard you're having a rink meeting. Might have some info that could help your case. A friend. I read it twice. Then a third time. Damon looks up from his food. Who's that? Don't know. I set the phone face down on the table. No name. And you're going to not answer it? Damon nods. Smart. I eat 3 more bites. The phone stays face down. I last approximately 4 minutes before I pick it up and read the text again. Might have some info that could help your case. Which means whoever this is already knows there's a case to be made. Which means they know about the rink board meeting. Which means they know more than they should, or they're connected enough that knowing it is normal for them, and neither option is comfortable. I don't answer. I save the number under unknown, rink, and put my phone back in my pocket. But I think about it for the rest of the day. And I think about 2 things at the same time, which is a thing I don't usually do. I think about the text, and I think about Islachan saying I'd hate for there to be a pattern with her back already to me and her hand already on the door. She knows something about that meeting too. The question is whether she knows the same thing, or something different. And whether any version of those 2 options ends with us on the same side of a table instead of opposite ends of one. I think about the probability of that. I think about it for longer than makes sense. Chapter 3. Rules of Engagement. Isla. The proposal is 22 pages long. I know because I counted while the board chair was still introducing himself. I sat in the 3rd row of the athletic conference room with my copy on the table in front of me and read the first 4 pages before he finished saying good evening, and by page 4 I had a very clear picture of what this meeting actually was. It was not a discussion. It was an announcement dressed up as a discussion. The room held maybe 30 people, coaches, program reps, a few student athletes, 2 people I didn't recognize who sat at the end of the board table and didn't introduce themselves but wrote things down whenever numbers were mentioned. Priya was beside me. Coach Novak was 2 seats down, back straight, reading glasses on, her face doing the thing it does when she already knows the outcome and is measuring the distance between here and damage control. Board Chair Richard Hale, 60s, blazer, the specific energy of a man who has made decisions in rooms like this for decades and found it comfortable, set his copy on the table and folded his hands over it. Thank you all for coming, he said. We'll be brief. They were not brief. The proposal had a name, Athletic Resource Optimization Initiative. I wrote that down in the margin of my copy because when something bad gets a name that long, the name is doing work. The summary was on page 2. I read it while Hale was still explaining the background. In order to support expanded broadcasting opportunities for the men's ice hockey program during the upcoming nationally televised season opener, the committee recommends a restructuring of Hartwell Ice Pavilion scheduling allocations, effective mid-October. The figure skating program's designated ice hours will be adjusted by a reduction of 40%, redistributed to accommodate increased hockey practice requirements. 40%. Not 15. Not 20. 40. I put my pen down on the table carefully because if I held it any longer I was going to leave marks in the paper that went through to the table underneath. Priya's knee pressed against mine. I didn't look at her. Hale walked through the rationale, broadcasting revenue, program visibility, donor interest tied to the televised game, all of it framed as opportunity rather than loss. He used the word temporary twice without ever specifying a timeline for when the reduction would end. He used the word collaborative once, which was interesting, given that no one in the figure skating program had been consulted before this proposal was written. I checked. Page 18, footnote 3, stakeholder consultation pending board approval. So they planned to consult us after they decided. Good. Great. When Hale opened the floor for questions, I counted to 3, not because I needed to gather myself, but because I have learned that the first person to speak in a room like this is always dismissed as reactive. I let 2 coaches ask logistical questions. I let the hockey program's assistant coach say something agreeable about the opportunity. Then I stood up. Islachan, I said. Senior, figure skating program, current alternate team captain. Hale nodded. Ms. Chen. Page 6 of the proposal outlines the practice hours your committee has determined the hockey program requires for the televised season. Those numbers are based on a document cited as Appendix C. I held up my copy. Appendix C isn't included in the version distributed tonight. Can you tell me where the data came from and who generated it? A pause. Hale looked at the woman to his left, who checked something on her laptop. The appendix will be made available upon request, she said. I'm requesting it now. We can follow up after the meeting. Page 6 states that hockey requires an additional 90 minutes of daily morning ice to meet competitive preparation standards for the televised game. Our current shared schedule gives them 3 hours of morning ice per day, 6 days a week. That's 18 hours per week. I kept my voice the same temperature it always is. Not loud. Just clear. If they need 90 additional minutes per day, that's 10.5 more hours per week. The only way to add that without building a second rink is to take it from another program. The proposal takes it from us. I set the paper down. My question is whether anyone on this committee actually verified that the hockey program needs 90 additional minutes, or whether someone gave you a number and you put it in a document. The room was not quiet. But it got a specific kind of still. That's a fair question, Hale said, which is what people say when a question has made them uncomfortable and they want credit for acknowledging it without answering it. We'll ensure the full appendix is circulated before. I'd also like to note, I said, that the figure skating program has 3 seniors in their final competitive season. 2 of us are on scholarship. A 40% reduction in ice time 10 weeks before nationals qualification is not an inconvenience. It is a material change to the conditions under which those scholarships were offered. I looked at Hale directly. I assumed the university's legal department would want to review that aspect before the board votes. That one landed. I could tell by the way the woman with the laptop stopped typing. The decision will be reviewed at end of semester, Hale said. No vote tonight. This is a preliminary. Then I'd like the full proposal documentation before that vote. With Appendix C. Of course. I sat down. Priya exhaled next to me, the slow, quiet kind that means she'd been holding it. I reached for my pen and noticed, from the corner of my eye, someone shift in the back row. I hadn't checked the back row when I came in. I checked it now. Jack Callahan was sitting in the last seat against the wall. Not in gear, not with anyone from his team. Just there. Jacket, no team branding, forearms on his knees, watching the front of the room. He wasn't on his phone. He wasn't looking around. He was listening the way people listen when they're actually trying to understand something rather than waiting for their turn to talk. He felt me look. His eyes moved to mine for a second. I turned back to the front. I didn't know what to do with the fact that he was here. He didn't have to be. This meeting wasn't mandatory. Coach Holt wasn't in the room. Nobody from the hockey program was here except Jack, and he was sitting alone in the back like someone who showed up because he wanted information and didn't want anyone to know he wanted it. I filed it. I didn't examine it. I stayed for the rest of the meeting and took 4 more pages of notes and did not look at the back row again. Hale stopped me on my way out. Priya was ahead of me. I'd told her to go, I'd catch up, and the room was emptying, and Hale touched my elbow lightly, the way older men do when they want you to slow down without technically stopping you. Ms. Chen. A moment. I stopped. Turned. Waited. He waited until the last few people filed out. Coach Novak glanced back from the doorway. I gave her a small nod and she left. Hale dropped about 6 years off his board meeting voice. What was underneath it was still careful, but it was at least human. You made strong points tonight. Thank you. They won't be enough. He said it without cruelty. Just as a fact he seemed to feel some mild regret about. The broadcasting deal is significant. The revenue it brings in funds programs across 5 athletic departments, including yours. The board isn't going to vote against it based on procedural concerns about appendices. I looked at him. Then why are you talking to me? He was quiet for a moment. There is one avenue that would give the board genuine pause. A co-petition. Unified advocacy from both affected programs. He clasped his hands in front of him. If the figure skating head coach and the men's hockey team captain submitted a joint appeal, formal, documented, presenting an alternative scheduling solution, the board would be procedurally required to table the vote and review the appeal before deciding. I heard every word he said. You want me to file a joint petition with Jack Callahan. I want you to have options. He picked up his folder. The vote is end of semester. You have time. He paused at the door. For what it's worth, I thought your argument tonight was the best one in the room. He left. I stood in the empty conference room for a moment. The chairs were still pushed back at odd angles. Someone had left a half-full water bottle at the end of the table. A joint petition. With Jack Callahan. I would genuinely rather learn to tap dance. I would rather take up tap dancing, become mediocre at it, and perform it in public, than walk into any room and ask Jack Callahan for help. I picked up my bag. I walked out. The sticky note was on the floor just inside my door. White. Small. Folded once. I saw it the second I pushed the door open, and I stood in the doorway looking at it for a second before I bent down and picked it up. The handwriting was surprisingly legible for someone whose hands were used to holding a hockey stick. The anonymous text sender is me. We should talk. Jack Callahan, yes, really. I read it twice. Then I sat on the edge of my bed and read it a third time, which accomplished nothing except confirming that it said the same thing all 3 times. The anonymous sender from 2 days ago. The mysterious friend with the information about the rink meeting. It was him. He was at the meeting tonight. He left before I came out. He knew where my dorm room was, either from the student directory or from asking someone, and both options were mildly alarming in different ways. He wrote a note by hand and slid it under my door instead of texting because he apparently understood that I would dismiss a text from an unknown number but was unlikely to ignore something physical. He was not wrong. I was holding the note. I turned it over. Nothing on the back. I sat there for longer than I'd like to admit. Not thinking about Jack Callahan specifically. Thinking about Hale's voice when he said the board isn't going to vote against it, the specific flat certainty of it. Thinking about 40%. Thinking about Priya, who had 2 nationals left and hadn't said a word in the meeting because she trusted me to say the right things, and I had said the right things, and it hadn't mattered. I thought about the appendix that didn't exist. The data that nobody verified. The number that someone put in a proposal to justify taking something that wasn't theirs to take. I picked up my phone. I had the unknown number saved from 2 days ago. I opened the message thread. Fine, I typed. Tomorrow. 7 p.m. The crease. Bring whatever you have. I put the phone down. I looked at the ceiling. Not friends, I told myself. Not anything. He has information, you need it, you use it, you file the appeal, you save the program, you go back to hating him in peace. My phone buzzed. I'll be there. 1 second later. For the record, I knocked on 3 wrong doors first. Your building has terrible signage. I stared at that for a moment. I did not smile. I put the phone face down and went to get ready for bed. Chapter 4. Truce, terms, and other dirty words. Jack. She was already there when I arrived. Of course she was. It's Isla Chen. She probably got there 15 minutes early, ordered something she'd already decided on, and had a list prepared. She probably had backup questions in case her first questions didn't work. She was sitting at the table in the back corner of the crease, the one against the wall where you can see the whole room. Smart. I would have picked the same table. She had a coffee in front of her, a notebook open, and she was reading something on her phone when I walked in, and she didn't look up immediately, which I respected. She was letting me get to the table first. Leveling the room. I ordered at the counter and sat down across from her. She put her phone away. Looked at me. You have 5 minutes before I decide this was a mistake. Good evening to you too. 4 minutes 50. I took my jacket off. Marcus Webb filed the August request. That stopped her. Not visibly, she didn't flinch or react, her expression stayed the same, but there was a half-second where she was very still, and with Isla Chen, that's the tell. How do you know that? She said. I have a friend in athletic admin. Not Denise. Someone in records. I wrapped my hands around my coffee. The request was filed under General Hockey Program Development. And signed. But it went through Marcus's student-athlete account. Why would Marcus Webb file an expansion request that hurts your program? He plays for your team. He doesn't want it to hurt the program. He wants it to make me look bad. I said it plainly because there was no useful way to dress it up. The scouts are coming. The captaincy is under review. If I look like I can't manage relationships with the other athletic programs, if there's conflict, if other teams are complaining about us taking ice, that reflects on my leadership. She looked at me. I could see her thinking. Not just hearing, but actively running it against what she already knew, checking for holes. That's a lot of work for an alternate captain to do to undermine his own team captain. Marcus doesn't think of it as undermining the team. He thinks of it as competing for a position. I kept my voice even. He's been doing it since sophomore year. Small things. Nothing I could take to Holt without looking paranoid. This is the biggest move he's made. So the expansion proposal is fake. It's real on paper. Whether we actually need 90 extra minutes a day is, I paused. No. We don't. Our current schedule is fine. Nobody on the team asked for more morning ice. Marcus generated a need that doesn't exist, got it into a proposal, and now both our programs are dealing with the fallout while he sits back and watches me either fight it and look difficult, or accept it and look like I traded your hours for my scouts. She looked at me for a long moment. If that's true, why haven't you taken it to your coach? Because I have a paper trail that puts the filing at Marcus's account, but I don't have anything that proves intent. Holt needs intent. Without it, it's just two players in conflict and he mediates, and Marcus comes out of mediation looking cooperative and I look like I'm chasing ghosts. What do you need to prove intent? Something that connects Marcus to the broadcasting angle. The proposal mentioned the televised game in specific terms, details that weren't public yet when the request was filed. Someone fed him that information. I looked at her. I need to know who. She didn't answer right away. She picked up her coffee, held it, put it down. Why are you telling me this? Because you're going to find out anyway and I'd rather you hear it from me than from a version that makes me look worse than I am. I leaned back in my chair. And because the joint appeal is a good idea. Hale's right. We file it together, the vote gets tabled, and while the board is reviewing it, I find the connection between Marcus and whoever gave him that broadcasting information, and the whole proposal falls apart. And the figure skating program keeps its hours. Yes. And your captaincy stays clean. Yes. So we both get what we want. That's generally how this works. She looked at the table for a second. I watched her decide, not what she wanted, I think she'd already decided that before she got here. What she was deciding was how much to trust the version of events I'd just given her. August 12th, she said. The day the request was filed. Where were you? Preseason conditioning camp. We were in Maplewood all week. Coach Holt can verify. She nodded once, small. The proposal cited a specific practice drill structure that the hockey program supposedly needed extra time for. 7-on-7 breakout drills. Does your team run those? We run 5-on-5 breakouts. Standard. 7-on-7 doesn't exist in our playbook. I looked at her steadily. Whoever wrote the details for that proposal didn't actually know our practice structure. They made something plausible sounding up. Something moved in her expression. Not quite what I'd call surprise. More like the look of someone confirming a calculation they were already fairly sure about. You weren't on your phone at the board meeting last night. I hadn't expected that. No. Why were you there? Because it's my program's name on the proposal and I wanted to hear what they said about it in public. I looked at her. And because you were going to be there. I wanted to see what you knew. She looked at me for a long moment. That's more honest than I expected. I'm capable of honesty. It's a common misconception that I'm not. You're capable of it when it's useful to you. So are you, I said. Most people are. She didn't argue that. She picked up her pen and wrote something in her notebook, and I waited, and after a moment she looked up and said, "Ground rules." Okay. We are not friends. This is a working arrangement. It ends when the appeal is filed and the vote is handled. Agreed. We don't talk about this to anyone until we're ready to present. Not your teammates, not my coach, not Priya. Agreed. Though Priya. I'll handle Priya. She tapped the pen against the notebook. Nobody knows we're cooperating. If anyone asks, we're still whatever we were before this conversation. Still what we were, I said. Which is? She looked at me flatly. Strangers who share a building and a scheduling dispute. Right. Got it. And if you try to use this arrangement to make yourself look good in front of those scouts at my program's expense, I will document every conversation we've had and take it directly to the athletic director. I know. I'm not joking. I know, I said again. Isla. I know. She held my eyes for a second. Then she uncapped her pen and pulled the notebook closer. Fine. Walk me through what you have on Marcus. We worked for an hour and 40 minutes. She was efficient, fast, and relentlessly specific. Every time I gave her a piece of information, she wanted the source, the date, the chain of it. She caught 2 inconsistencies in my timeline that I hadn't noticed, pointed them out without making it a moment, and waited while I reworked the sequence. She was also, I was not prepared to admit out loud, the clearest thinker I had sat across from in a long time. At some point Priya texted her. I could tell by the way her phone buzzed twice and she glanced at it and then deliberately set it face down, which meant she was avoiding a question she didn't want to answer at a table that was supposed to be secret. She never mentioned it. I didn't ask. At 9:20 she closed the notebook and picked up her coffee. Which was empty. She looked at it, blinked, and reached across to set it at the edge of the table. She knocked it. The cup went over, no coffee left in it, but the impact was fast and I reached across the table without thinking and caught it. Her hand caught it at the same time. 2 seconds. Maybe 3. Her hand was cold from the outside, she'd walked here, no gloves, classic, and I was aware of exactly how many fingers were touching the same cup and exactly where her thumb was relative to mine. She pulled back first. I pulled back at the same time, actually, so it was simultaneous, but she pulled back first. She picked up her notebook and put her pen in her bag and didn't say anything about it, and neither did I. Same time Thursday, she said. Thursday works. She stood, shouldered her bag, and walked out. I watched her zip up her jacket before she hit the door, December reflexes in September, her body already preparing for the cold before she reached it, and then she was gone through the glass, out onto the lit-up campus path, not looking back. I sat there with both empty cups and the notebooks I'd spread across the table and the specific quiet of a place that has suddenly gotten less full. I thought about the last 3 years. About the ice shavings on my skates freshman year. About every hallway moment and scheduling dispute and the specific tone she uses when she's being precise enough to be devastating without once raising her voice. About the way she spoke at that board meeting, clear and flat and devastating, and the way she looked at me when I was watching from the back row, not surprised, not warm, just noting. I hadn't had a good reason to hate Isla Chen in years. I'd been doing it out of habit. That's the dangerous part. Not the lack of reason. The habit. Because habits, once you notice them, start to look different, and once they look different, you can't look away from the difference, and once you can't look away, you've already lost the simplicity of the thing you were using to keep your distance. I picked up my jacket. I left the crease. I did not think about the 2 seconds. Chapter 5. What happens at Callahan parties? Isla. I want to be clear that I didn't want to go to the game. You're coming to the game, Priya said, at 8 in the morning, handing me coffee. I have a program to run. It's Saturday. You've done the program 4 times today already. 4 successful repetitions isn't enough. The triple axel is still. Isla. She sat on the edge of my desk and looked at me with the expression she uses when she has decided to be patient with me for a specified and limited amount of time. It's the home opener. The scouts are there. We need to know what we're dealing with, what Callahan's deal is, how the team plays together, whether the scout angle makes him actually useful to us or a liability. She tilted her head. Think of it as research. Research. Fine. Research I could do. I went to the game. I am choosing not to examine how many minutes of the third period I spent watching Jack Callahan specifically. The research angle was legitimate. I was watching the team dynamics, leadership patterns, how he communicated with his players between plays. That is a reasonable thing to observe. The fact that he was the easiest person to watch had nothing to do with anything. He played like the game owed him something and he was collecting. Every shift, every transition, every time he touched the puck there was this quality of absolute certainty, not arrogance, which is different. Arrogance is when you're performing confidence. This was just a person who knew exactly what he was doing and didn't see any reason to pretend otherwise. Hartwell won 4-1. The scouts in the box were there for all 3 periods. The party was Priya's idea too. Everything inconvenient in my life is Priya's idea. The board member's son is going to be there, she said. Tyler Hale. He's a sophomore, he's on the hockey team support staff, and he was in that board meeting. If anyone outside the room knows what the actual plan is, it's him. That's a real reason to go. It is. She was already pulling on her jacket. Also Damon Reed asked if we were coming, so. Priya. I told him probably. Come on. I told myself I'd stay 1 hour. I stayed to talk to Tyler Hale, who turned out to be genuinely useful. He confirmed that the board was under pressure from the broadcasting deal more than anyone had let on in the meeting, and that the timeline for the vote was firm. I filed this information. 1 hour became 90 minutes without me noticing. Then Priya disappeared. Not disappeared like gone. Disappeared like I turned around from talking to Tyler and she was across the room with Damon Reed looking at something on his phone, and her laugh was the specific one she has when she is not thinking about anything except the person directly in front of her. I watched her for a moment. She was fine. She was more than fine. She was completely unaware I existed. I was going to leave. I should have left. I ended up at the kitchen island. It was the only quiet corner in the house, which was not actually quiet. There was music and people and the particular noise of 60 athletes celebrating a win, but the island was against the far wall away from the speakers, and there was space to breathe, and there was a water bottle, and I needed a minute. I was standing there with my water and my plan to leave when Jack put an elbow on the island across from me. I looked at him. He looked at me. He was still in his post-game clothes, not gear, but the good version of casual that people wear after they've won something and know they look like they won something. Chen. Callahan. I looked around the room briefly. Your team is enthusiastic. 4-1. It earns some enthusiasm. He picked up whatever he was drinking. You were at the game. Priya wanted to go. He looked at me with the specific look that means he knows something is not the whole truth but he's decided not to press it. I've become familiar with that look over the past 2 weeks of joint appeal work. How's the appendix coming? My admin contact found the original request file. The timestamps are useful. I kept my voice down on instinct, even though nobody around us was listening. How's your Marcus problem? Developing. He turned his cup in his hands. Slow. Slower than we need. Maybe. He looked at me sideways. You could have just texted this update. I wasn't here for the update. I was here for Tyler Hale. And useful conversation. The vote timeline is fixed. I drank my water. Your party is very loud. It's a hockey party. What were you expecting? I don't know. Slightly less floor vibration. The bass is my teammate Georgie's fault specifically. I've raised it at team meetings. He said it so flatly that I processed it for a second before I understood he was making a joke, and the joke was about raising complaints about bass levels in team meetings as though that were a normal agenda item, and something in the image of that was, I laughed. Before I decided to. The laugh just happened. He looked at me. Not like he'd seen something he expected. The opposite of that. For a second he didn't have the usual layer on, the captain thing, the confidence as default, and underneath it was a person who looked genuinely caught off guard, and under that, something quieter, that he covered almost immediately. Almost. What? I said, because he was still looking. Nothing. He looked away first. It's the first time I've heard you laugh. I laugh. Not at anything I've said before. You've said mostly annoying things. That's fair. He finished his drink. Set the cup down. There was a moment of the party noise filling the space between us, and it was strange because a month ago this was the person I had a documented grievance against and now we were standing in his kitchen at 10 at night talking about floor vibration and it felt almost normal. That was the alarming part. Almost normal. Okay, $20 says Callahan doesn't have the nerve. Damon's voice carried across the kitchen, directed at someone I couldn't see. 20 says. I heard my name, Jack said without looking over. Ignore it, I said. Yeah, probably. He didn't move. $20 says, Damon again, louder. Come on, man. You've been standing there for. Read, Jack said. One word. Even. It was the same tone I'd heard him use on the ice and in the admin hallway and in the crease when someone said something he was done with. It should have been enough. Damon was grinning at him from across the room. Then at me. Then back at Jack. $20. Don't, I said to Jack. I'm not doing anything. Your face is doing something. My face is just. He leaned across the island and kissed me. It wasn't abrupt. There was half a second where he moved and I didn't move back, and that half second is also something I am not going to examine too closely. His mouth was warm and he tasted like whatever he'd been drinking, and it lasted 3 seconds and then 4 and then 5, and at 5 I was aware that my hand had found the counter and I was holding it like the floor was moving. When he pulled back there was a specific quality to the way he looked at me. Careful. Waiting. I became very aware of the room around us, still loud, still moving. Nobody had stopped for this, nobody was watching except Damon, who was looking somewhere else with an expression of deliberate innocence that fooled nobody. I straightened up. Picked up my water bottle. Set it back down. That was a mistake, I said. He didn't agree. He also didn't disagree. He just watched me. I picked up my bag from the floor where I'd set it. Good game tonight, I said, which was a completely insane thing to say, but it was either that or nothing, and nothing felt worse. I walked out of the kitchen. I found the front door. I walked through it into the cold night air and I kept walking. I was halfway down the block before I realized I was not cold. I looked down. His jacket was around my shoulders. Dark blue. Hartwell hockey. I didn't feel him put it there. I couldn't have said at what point in the last 30 seconds it happened. I stopped walking. Stood on the empty pavement under the streetlight. I should go back. Give it to him. Say something brief and final about what that was not and what it would not be again, and go home, and sleep, and wake up and run my program and be the person I have been for 21 years. I stood there for another full minute. Then I kept walking. I took the long way home. I told myself it was because I needed the air. Chapter 6. The napkin. Jack. I have a system for bad decisions. Most people, when they do something they shouldn't, spend the next 12 hours cycling through regret and justification and back again until they land somewhere they can live with. I don't do that. I sit down, I break the thing apart, I look at every piece of it, and I figure out what it means for what comes next. It's how I watch game film. It's how I prepare for a scout visit. It's how I process a bad game, not by feeling bad about it, but by sitting with it until I understand every place the play broke down. I applied this system to kissing Isla Chen at my own party at 10 o'clock on a Saturday night while Damon Reed stood 12 feet away grinning like an idiot. I applied it for approximately 4 hours. It did not work. By 2 in the morning I had gone through the kitchen, found a napkin, Hartwell hockey branded, because we order in bulk and the things are everywhere, and I was sitting at my kitchen table writing a list. Not because I'm the kind of person who makes lists. I'm not. That's Isla's thing, lists and folders and documentation. I am the kind of person who runs the same drill until my body stops having to think about it. But at 2 in the morning with the party cleaned up and the house quiet, I didn't have a drill to run, and my brain needed something to do with its hands. So I made a list. Rules, I wrote at the top. Then I sat there for a minute looking at that one word, and then I kept going. 1. No feelings. 2. Nobody finds out. 3. No sleepovers. 4. Enemies in public. Same as always. 5. Either of us says done, it's done. No questions. I read it over twice. Added a 6th line. Crossed it out. Wrote it again in slightly different words. Crossed it out again. The napkin looked like evidence of something by the time I was done, all creases and second guessing. I folded it in half and put it in my jacket pocket, the jacket that Isla Chen walked home in at 10:15, which I have also not examined because some things you examine and some things you leave alone until you have better tools. I sat at the kitchen table until 4 in the morning thinking about whether this was the worst idea I had ever had. The conclusion I reached was, probably not the worst. Probably top 5. At 7 am I picked up my phone. I typed, "Before you say it didn't happen, it did. Before you say it won't again, we both know that's a lie. So. Rules." Then I photographed the napkin and sent that too. I put my phone face up on the table and poured coffee and stood at the counter and watched the delivered notification sit there like a small bomb. 1 minute. 5 minutes. 10. Damon came downstairs at 7:12, looked at me standing at the counter watching my phone, poured his own coffee, and said nothing. He sat at the table. He drank his coffee. He also said nothing. This is one of Damon's better qualities. He understands the difference between silence as absence and silence as presence, and he can do both on purpose. 20 minutes. 30. 47 minutes after I sent it, my phone buzzed. I picked it up. You left out one rule. No catching feelings. Add it. I read it standing at the counter. Then I read it again. I set the phone down. Picked it back up. Already on the list, I typed. Rule 1. Send. I put the phone in my pocket and turned around and Damon was looking at me with one eyebrow raised approximately 4 millimeters, which for Damon is the equivalent of a full interrogation. Mind your business, I said. I'm just sitting here. You're doing that thing with your face. I don't have a thing. The eyebrow. I sat down across from him. It's not what you're thinking. I'm thinking you were on your phone for 47 minutes this morning watching a read receipt. I stopped. How do you know it was 47 minutes? Because I came down at 7:12 and you've been standing in the same spot since before I got up. He wrapped both hands around his mug. He had the particular calm of someone who has something to say and is deciding how much of it to say. Is it the figure skater? I drank my coffee. Jack. It's nothing. It's handled. Damon set his mug down and looked at me straight. Not the eyebrow this time. The other look, the one he's had since we were freshmen rooming together, and he figured out inside of 2 weeks that I operate better when someone pushes back on me, and appointed himself that person without being asked. She's not someone you do this with and walk away from, he said. I'm just saying. I didn't answer. Because I know. I have known since about minute 3 of sitting at this kitchen table at 2 in the morning that Isla Chen is not someone you do this with and walk away from. She is thorough and precise and she sees everything, and if she decides to let this happen, which she will, I know she will, the napkin rules are already as good as agreed to, she will do it with the same complete attention she applies to everything else. And when it ends, it will end fully, because she is not the kind of person who does things halfway. That's the part one couldn't stop thinking about. Not the beginning. The end. I know, I said. Damon picked his mug back up. Okay. He looked at the table. You eating before practice? Yeah. I'll make eggs. That was it. He got up and went to the fridge and made eggs, and neither of us said anything else about it, and that's also one of Damon's better qualities. He says the thing once. He doesn't need to say it twice. Practice was at 10. My phone had buzzed twice more during breakfast, Isla, confirming she'd received Rule 1, then one more message that just said fine. Don't be weird about this. And I'd replied and pocketed it, and that was done. Or it was done until Marcus fell into stride beside me on the walk from the locker room to the ice. Marcus Webb skates like a showcase. Everything clean, everything considered, every movement slightly too aware of itself. He's good. I'm not going to stand here and say he isn't good, because he is, and pretending otherwise would be the kind of thing people do when they're scared of something. I'm not scared of Marcus. I'm cautious of him, which is different and smarter. Good game last night, he said. Thanks. Scouts seemed happy. He let a beat pass. The beats are always intentional with Marcus. You looked locked in the whole third period. That's the goal. Yeah. Another beat. We hit the ice and he glided out beside me, easy, like we were just talking. You were on your phone a lot this morning. Before you got here. I looked at the far net and kept skating. That right. Saw you in the locker room. Multiple times. He said it lightly. Conversationally. The way he says everything when he's actually asking something specific. Everything good. Everything's good. Who were you texting? I stopped at the blue line. Turned to face him fully, skates squared, stick at my side. Nobody, I said. He held my look for a moment. Then he smiled. It was a complete smile, it had all the right parts in the right places. It just didn't quite make it to his eyes, which stayed exactly the same temperature they'd been before the smile started. Good, he said. Just checking in. Captain's prerogative, right. He skated past me toward the far end. I watched him go. I stood at the blue line for 3 seconds after he was gone, running back through everything he'd said and everything he hadn't said, looking for the shape of it. He knew I'd been texting. He noticed. Which meant he was watching me closely enough this morning to clock how many times I checked my phone. That's not a teammate. That's someone keeping a file. I skated to the net and started warm-up shots and did not look at the end of the rink where Marcus was running his own warm-up, and I thought about the napkin in my jacket pocket, and I thought about Isla walking home in that jacket, and I thought about Damon saying she's not someone you walk away from. And I thought, Marcus is already watching. We need to be more careful than I planned. Chapter 7. The Physics of Collision. Isla. The rules are working fine. Everything is completely under control. This is what I tell myself at 6 a.m. on Tuesday, running the same edge sequence I've run every morning for 3 years, because repetition is how you stop your mind from going places it doesn't belong. My blade hits the ice, outside edge, back outside, the familiar rhythm of it, and I am thinking about my program and my presentation and the joint appeal timeline and nothing else. Then Jack comes in at the far gate at 6:15 because apparently his solo conditioning slot got moved, and suddenly I am thinking about one additional thing and trying very hard not to. We don't acknowledge each other. This is the arrangement. He goes to the far end with his conditioning gear, I stay at my end with my program, and the rink is large enough that we are essentially in different rooms. This is fine. This is exactly what the rules are for. I run my program entrance 4 times. The short program is 4 minutes and 8 seconds from first note to final position, and right now the section that matters most, the back half, where the triple axel sits, is the section I trust least. Not technically. Technically it's clean. But clean and right are different things, and I know the difference from the inside, and right now when I land it there's a fraction of a second where I feel myself compensating for something I haven't identified yet. I reset at center ice. I start the program from the beginning. I don't look at him. He doesn't look at me. This is how it goes for 40 minutes. Then I land the triple axel on my 5th run through and it's clean, it's more than clean, it's the one I want, the one where my whole body is doing exactly one thing and every piece of it connects, and I come out of the landing on a back outside edge that holds, and I finish the sequence, and I stop. He's not conditioning anymore. He's standing at the far boards with his forearms on the rail and he's watching me, and he's not pretending he isn't, which is a change from the last 40 minutes of both of us pretending we were the only person on the ice. I skate over. Not because I plan to. Because the ice is better to cross than to stand on when someone is watching you from the other end. He held out a water bottle before I reached the boards. I stopped. Looked at the water bottle. Looked at him. You didn't bring one, he said. I have one in my bag. Your bag's at the far end. I took the water bottle. We stood there for a moment. He was in a practice shirt, sleeves pushed up, and he had the look people have after conditioning when they've been working hard enough to stop thinking about working hard. Settled. Slightly worn out. More like himself than he is in any room where someone might be watching. You rotate your left shoulder too early, he said. On the triple axel takeoff. Before the pick. I stared at him. Excuse me. The backward outside edge on the approach, you're set up right, the 3-turn is fine. But when you go for the pick, your left shoulder starts rotating before your right leg fully extends. It's pulling you slightly off your vertical axis before you leave the ice. I stared at him for another full second. You actually know what a triple axel is? Yeah. How? He looked at the ice briefly. My sister competed. Figure skating, not hockey. She did it until she was 16. He said it the same way he says most things, straight, no decoration. I went to every competition my parents didn't for 3 years. You learn the elements. I processed this. This was new information. I had a specific folder in my brain labeled Jack Callahan, known facts, and this information did not fit any existing category in that folder, and that was a problem, because every new piece of him that didn't fit the existing categories was a piece that required me to build a new one. Your shoulder, he said again. Shorter this time. Less certain, like he was checking whether I wanted him to continue. I know, I said. I've been trying to isolate it. Does it happen in the run-up or right at the pick? Right at the pick. He nodded once. Thinking, not agreeing. Does your coach know? She's identified the under-rotation it's causing. Not what's causing it. I drank some water. She thinks it's a timing issue. It's not timing. It's a habit from an older version of the jump. He looked at me. Did you change your entrance pattern in the last year? I went still. 2 years ago. I extended the 3-turn sequence. When you extended it, you probably started setting the left shoulder earlier to compensate for the new approach speed. Worked fine for a while. But it's baked in now and the approach speed is back to where it was. I looked at him. He looked back. That's what it is, I said. Not a question. Probably. I stood there for a moment with the water bottle in my hand, annoyed, not at him, which would be simple, but at the fact that he was right, which was not. 2 years. I had spent 2 years and approximately 800 axle repetitions working around a problem I'd created myself, and a hockey player standing at the boards of my rink had just named it in under 2 minutes. Don't, I said. I'm not doing anything. You're about to look satisfied. I'm not, he stopped. The corner of his mouth moved. He controlled it. I'm not going to look satisfied. Good. I handed the water bottle back. Thank you. For the note. Yeah. I went back to center ice. I reset my position. I thought about the left shoulder, not about isolating the habit, which I'd been doing wrong, but about the approach speed, which was the actual route. I ran the entrance sequence 3 times without the jump, feeling the edge, feeling where the shoulder wanted to go and actively not letting it. On the 4th try I took the jump. The rotation was clean. The landing was clean. The back outside edge after it held for a full count longer than it ever had. I stopped skating. Jack was still at the boards. He wasn't watching anymore, he'd gone back to his own work, bag open, doing something with his gear. But when I stopped, he looked up. I didn't say anything. I picked up my speaker and ran the sequence again. He didn't say anything either. What happened in the next hour is something I have thought about carefully and decided to categorize as a natural extension of the arrangement. Proximity was required by the joint appeal. The rink was empty. 2 people working in the same space will sometimes interact. That's physics, not choice. What I will not categorize is the specific quality of the walk back to the dorms afterward, side by side on the path, both of us quiet, the particular kind of quiet that isn't empty. He stopped at the point where the path split, his building to the left, mine to the right. He was going to say something. I could tell by the way he turned slightly and then didn't. Same time Thursday, I said. Yeah. I went right. He went left. I was halfway to my building when my phone buzzed. Priya. I let it ring. Coach Novak was in the hallway outside my door. Not sitting, she looked at me in the specific way that means she doesn't fully believe me but isn't going to press it. Your focus is scattered, Isla. I don't know what's distracting you. She dropped her arms. I want a clean run of the full short program by Friday. Both programs, clean, back to back. She turned toward the elevator. If you can't give me that, I need to know before qualifiers. Coach. She stopped. Are you saying? I'm saying your position on this team is not guaranteed by 3 years of prior work. She said it the same way she says everything, directly, without softening it, because she believes softening things is a way of lying to people about the difficulty of what they're facing. Show me Friday. The elevator opened. She got in. I stood in the hallway until the doors closed. Then I unlocked my door and went in and sat on the edge of my bed and did not think about anything for approximately 30 seconds, which is my version of falling apart. Then I opened my notebook and wrote, fix shoulder, corrected. Friday run through, both programs, clean. Do not think about anything that is not this. I underlined the last sentence. I looked at my phone. One unread message, not Priya. You figured it out pretty fast for someone who'd been working on it for 2 years. I stared at that for a moment. Don't push it, I typed back. Wasn't pushing. Just noting. Note taken. Good night. I put my phone down. Picked it back up. Thank you, I typed. Genuinely. I sent it before I could make it more complicated. Then I plugged my phone in, turned the light off, and lay in the dark thinking about shoulder rotation and qualifier timelines and the specific look on Novak's face in the hallway. Not about anything else. Mostly. Chapter 8. What You Don't Say. Jack. My father calls every other Thursday at 8 a.m. like a scheduled appointment, because to him, everything is a scheduled appointment, including his son. I was in the film room when it rang. Damon was with me. We'd been going over footage from the last game, marking transition failures, the usual. I saw the name on the screen and Damon saw my face and stood up and said, I'll get coffee, and walked out without being asked. He's been doing that for 3 years. He knows the call by the look it puts on me before I've even answered. Dad. How'd the scouts respond? No preamble. There never is. We don't do how are you, haven't since I was about 15 and pointed out that he only asked it when he wanted something anyway. Positively. Holt said there's at least one team with real interest. Which team? He didn't say. A pause. Senior Callahan pauses the way coaches pause before correcting you. It's not a gap in the conversation, it's a technique. You find out. Don't let Holt be the go-between. You go directly. Another pause. And you need a clean record the rest of the season. No disciplinary, no controversy. I know that. I heard you're co-filing some petition. With the figure skating program. I went still. I kept my voice exactly the same. Where'd you hear that? Someone at the athletic office. Doesn't matter. His voice shifted, not louder, he doesn't do loud, he does precise. I want to understand what you're thinking, Jack. You have scouts watching. You have a captaincy to protect. And you're tangling yourself up with some girl's scheduling complaint. It's a joint appeal. It protects the hockey program's reputation with the board. It makes you look like you can't manage your own program without asking another athlete to hold your hand. That's not, I stopped. Breathed. It's political, Dad. It's a board maneuver. I'm handling it. Don't let some girl cost you a draft position, Jack. The word girl landed the way it always lands when he uses it that way, flat and dismissive, a category rather than a person. He has used it for every female athlete, coach, or administrator I've ever mentioned. He used it for my sister's skating coach. He used it for the trainer who rehabbed my shoulder sophomore year. I have to go, I said. Film session. Jack. I'll call you after the next game. I hung up. I put the phone face down on the table and looked at the paused footage on the laptop screen, the third period, the moment before I scored the second goal, my body on the ice looking free and decided and completely in the moment. I looked at it for a long time. Damon came back at some point. He set a coffee next to my elbow and sat down and looked at the screen and said nothing. We watched the footage in silence for a while. He didn't ask. With Damon, silence is an open door, you walk through it when you're ready and not before. He heard about the joint appeal, I said eventually. Yeah. He thinks it's a liability. Damon nodded slowly. He was watching the screen. What do you think? I think it's the only move that solves both problems. I picked up the coffee. I think he doesn't understand the actual situation because he only wants information that confirms what he already decided. That's new. Don't. I'm just saying. Usually when he calls you defend him. I'm not defending him. I'm saying he has a point about the perception issue. That's different from agreeing with how he made the point. Damon looked at me sideways. He called her some girl again. I didn't answer. He's been calling female athletes some girl since we were freshmen and you told me it was just how he talked. Damon's voice was easy. Not pushing. Just tracking. You ever think about how that sits with you now? I thought about it. I thought about Isla standing at that board meeting, composed and exact and devastatingly precise, taking apart the proposal piece by piece in a way that had the board chair's assistant stop typing. I thought about her on the ice with the triple axel, the version after she corrected the shoulder, the version where every single piece connected. I thought about her in the crease going through my timeline and catching 2 errors in 30 minutes that I'd missed for a week. Some girl. It doesn't sit, I said. Is what I think. Damon looked at the screen. Said nothing. Then, do you want the draft? I didn't answer right away. I drank my coffee. I watched the footage. The goal happened, the movement was clean, the shot was clean, my face when it went in was the face of someone who wanted exactly the thing they were doing. I want to play hockey, I said. That's not what I asked. I know. Damon waited. I don't know if I want the draft the way he wants the draft, I said. There's a difference. I haven't figured it out yet. Damon nodded. Just the once. Then he reached over and clicked the footage back 30 seconds and we went back to work, and he didn't say anything else about my father, and I didn't either. Practice was at noon. Good practice, focused, physical, everyone sharp after the win. I ran drills until my legs were burning clean and my head was empty of everything except the ice in front of me. I was at my locker afterward, unwrapping my hands, when my phone started buzzing. Not calls. Notifications. The kind that stack up. I opened the screen. Text from Damon, check the team Instagram. Now. A text from 3 other teammates, staggered within seconds of each other, all some version of the same thing. Did you see this or bro or just a screenshot? The account was the team's unofficial one, not the official program page, the side one that someone had been running since sophomore year with crowd photos and behind-the-scenes content. Mostly harmless. Usually Damon's doing. The photo had been posted 40 minutes ago. Grainy. Shot from a distance, through the chain link at the edge of the rink parking lot. 2 people talking close enough that the angle made it look closer than it was. Me. Isla. The caption, when the captain's getting distracted, followed by a hockey puck emoji and an ice skate emoji. 212 likes. 14 comments, most of them exactly what you'd expect. I found Marcus in the corridor outside the locker room. He was coming out of the equipment room with a bag over his shoulder, easy, no rush. He saw my face and didn't change his expression, which was itself an expression. You posted it, I said. Quiet. Even. The specific tone I use when I am making sure my voice doesn't do anything my brain hasn't approved. I don't run that account. You know who does. He tilted his head slightly. There's a lot of people on that account. Someone thought it was funny. He adjusted the bag strap. Is something going on with you and the skater? Because if it's affecting your... It's not affecting anything. Okay. He said it simply. Like he was noting it. Because the scouts are watching everything right now, man. Every game, every practice. Holt told me. I know what Holt told you. I know because Holt told me directly, which is the difference between me and you in this conversation. I held his gaze for a second. Get it taken down. I'll ask around, he said. It was down 11 minutes later. 212 likes that already existed. 14 comments. A screenshot that was already on at least 3 phones. Rule 2 wasn't broken yet. Not technically. But the ground under it had shifted in a way I could feel, and I'd been on ice long enough to know what that particular shift means. I went back to my locker. I sat on the bench. I thought about who had access to that parking lot angle, what time of day the lighting matched, and how many times Isla and I had been in that lot at that time. Then I thought about Damon's voice in the film room, she's not someone you do this with and walk away from. And Marcus's smile in the corridor, complete, present, not reaching his eyes. Two different warnings. The same problem. I was running out of time to decide which one scared me more. Chapter 9. Enemy Territory. Isla. The story that went around campus was this: Jack Callahan and the figure skating girl had a thing going. Nobody used my name at first. I was the figure skating girl in the original version, which tells you everything about how that particular rumor started and who started it. By the time it reached me, Monday morning, Priya's face in the doorway of my room at 7 a.m., holding 2 coffees and wearing the specific expression of someone delivering bad news they've already processed so you don't have to watch them process it, I had become Isla Chen again, which meant enough people had confirmed enough details that the story had weight now. Weight needs specifics. Specifics need names. How bad? I said. Scale of 1 to your mother finding out. I took the coffee. Tell me. She sat on my desk chair and pulled her knees up. The photo got screenshotted before it came down. It's in 3 group chats that I know of, probably more. The caption got cropped out in the screenshot, so it's just the photo, which is actually worse because people are writing their own captions. She paused. Gabby Tran asked me this morning if you and Jack Callahan were secretly together. I said absolutely not. Good. Then she asked if you were secretly enemies. Also no. I know. I said that too. She looked at me like I was lying, which, technically. Priya. I know, I know. She drank her coffee. What are you going to do? Nothing. I looked at her. There's nothing to do. If I address it, it becomes a real conversation. If I ignore it, it's gossip without a source and it dies. That works if nobody asks you directly. It didn't work. By Tuesday afternoon, 3 people on the skating team had asked me directly. I said nothing is going on, same phrasing each time, same tone, nothing to anchor a follow-up question to. I heard from Priya that the hockey team asked Jack and he said the same. We hadn't coordinated that. We just said the same thing because we are both, fundamentally, people who do not give ground. It worked for 48 hours. The gallery opening was a requirement. Art therapy was an elective I'd picked up in junior year because my academic advisor said I needed something outside the athletic and pre-med track or I was going to burn out before graduation. I'd put it off twice and registered for it this semester mostly to stop the advisory emails. It turned out to involve, among other things, attending 2 campus gallery events and writing a response paper about what you felt while looking at the work. What I felt, generally, while looking at art was, this is taking time I could be spending on the program. I had not written that in any response paper. The Hartwell Art Center opened its fall exhibition on a Wednesday night. I got there at 7, checked in with the course list, picked up the gallery guide, and began making my way through in an orderly fashion. I was going to spend 1 hour, look at everything, take notes, leave. I was on track until I saw Jack Callahan standing in front of a painting of a red door. He wasn't supposed to be here. He had no reason to be here. I scanned the room quickly for Damon and found him near the far wall talking to a girl from the Fine Arts program, which explained Jack's presence in the same way a cause explains its effect. Damon went, Jack got dragged. Jack was now standing in front of a painting of a red door with his hands in his jacket pockets looking like someone who had just discovered that art galleries exist and was not sure how he felt about it. He hadn't seen me. I turned back to the painting directly in front of me, a landscape, charcoal, very detailed, and looked at it carefully and wrote nothing in my notebook because I was not actually seeing it. 37 minutes. That is how long we were in the same gallery without acknowledging each other. I moved through rooms. He moved through rooms. We never crossed paths directly, which was partly the layout of the gallery and partly, I suspected, because we were both actively navigating away from each other in a space that wasn't large enough to make that easy. I ended up in the back corner room. It was smaller than the others. 2 paintings and a sculpture, the sculpture was the main piece, taking up the center of the room, 2 abstract figures in dark metal, leaning toward each other at an angle that looked precarious. Close enough to touch. Not touching. The whole thing was balanced on a narrow base that did not look adequate to what it was holding up. I was reading the description card when I heard footsteps behind me. I didn't turn around. I already knew. He stopped beside me. Not close. A person's width of space between us, which in an empty room felt both very far and not far enough. We both looked at the sculpture. "It's going to fall," he said. "It's been here since 2019. It hasn't fallen. Look at the base. The base is an intentional part of the design. The instability is the point." I looked at the card. "It's called equilibrium. The artist said it's about two things holding each other up without either one admitting that's what they're doing." A pause. "Okay," he said. I didn't name it. I didn't say anything. I put the card down. I looked at the sculpture. The two figures leaned toward each other in a way that should have been falling and wasn't, and the base was narrow enough that the whole thing was one hard floor vibration away from disaster. "If this is going to keep being a thing," I said. Not loud. Not soft. Just said it to the sculpture, to the room. "You need to know something about me." He turned. I felt him turn. I kept looking at the figures. "I don't do this," I said. "I've never done this." "I'm not," I stopped. Tried again. "I don't know how to do whatever the word is for what we're doing. I'm not built for things that don't have a clear shape." He was quiet. Not the quiet of someone thinking of what to say. The quiet of someone who is listening to the thing behind the words. "I just need you to know that going in," I said. "So you know what you're working with." Another moment of quiet. Then he said, "Neither am I." I looked at him. "First time I've tried writing rules for something," he said. "I don't know what I'm doing either. I'm figuring it out the same as you. How's that working out for you?" The corner of his mouth moved. Horrifically. Something in my chest did a thing I chose not to examine. I looked back at the sculpture. Good. At least we're equally lost. Very comforting. I wasn't trying to comfort you. I know. He was quiet for a second. "It is, though. A little." I almost smiled. I controlled it. We stood there for another minute in front of the two figures that weren't falling despite every reason they should, and neither of us said anything else, and it was the most honest conversation I'd had with a person in months, and I hated how much easier it was than it should have been. I left first. That part was intentional. Priya was waiting on my bed when I got back. She had snacks, which meant she'd been planning this conversation since before I left for the gallery, which meant Damon had texted her, which meant Damon had seen us in the back corner room, which meant the 37 minutes of careful navigation had been pointless. "Don't," I said, dropping my bag. "I'm not saying anything. You're sitting on my bed with chips at 10 p.m. That's saying something. It's saying I wanted chips." She opened the bag. "How was the gallery?" "Fine. Educational. I have enough for the response paper." "Did you see anyone interesting?" I changed into my pajamas with my back to her. "I saw a sculpture I'll probably write about." "Anyone human interesting?" "Priya. Isla." She set the chips down. Her voice changed, not serious exactly, but the layer of humor came off it. "He was watching you from across that gallery for 20 minutes. Before you even knew he was in the room. I know because Damon pointed it out to me, and he pointed it out because even Damon thought it was a lot." I didn't say anything. I pulled my hair down from its bun. "That is not a benefit situation," she said. "That's a feelings situation. You're projecting. I'm describing what I observed. You're assigning meaning to someone standing in a room." I turned around. "People look at things in galleries. That's what galleries are for." He wasn't looking at the art, Isla. "You don't know that. Damon took a video for 17 seconds. I have it on my phone." I looked at her. She looked back at me with the specific expression of someone who has evidence and is trying to decide whether deploying it would help or make things worse. "I don't want to see it," I said. "Okay. Delete it. Damon has the original." "I can't speak for Damon." I sat on the edge of the bed. She handed me the chips. We sat there for a minute. Say I believe you, I said. Say you're right about what it looks like from the outside. That doesn't mean, it doesn't change what it actually is. I kept my voice even. People can watch someone and it not mean what you want it to mean. You're terrified, Priya said. Gently. Just as a fact. You've been terrified of this since the party and you've been packaging it as strategy and rules and schedules because those things make sense to you and this doesn't. I ate a chip. That's a lot of psychology for 10 p.m. I've had since the party to work up to it. She bumped my shoulder with hers. I'm not saying blow up the rules. I'm saying don't use them as a ceiling when they were supposed to be a floor. I looked at my hands. The qualifier is in 5 weeks. I know. My mother is coming. Priya went quiet for a second. I know. I can't, I stopped. Started again. I can't have anything scattered right now. You said it yourself. Novak said it. I need to be exactly one thing for the next 5 weeks and this is not that thing. She was quiet for a long moment. Then she put the chips between us and lay back on my pillow and stared at the ceiling. Okay, she said. 5 weeks. I'll stop. Thank you. After 5 weeks I'm saying everything I just said again. That's fair. We sat in the quiet of the room and outside a car went past and somewhere down the hall someone's music played too loud and then stopped, and I thought about the sculpture and 2 figures holding each other up without admitting that's what they were doing. I thought about it until I fell asleep. Chapter 10. The bruise you don't see. Jack. We lost 7-2. 7. In an away game with scouts in the building and the season still early enough that every result shapes how the rest of it gets read. 7-2 is not a bad game. It's a statement. It says something about the team and about the captain and about what happens when the pieces stop connecting. I played badly. I'm not going to frame it differently. 3 turnovers in the second period, 2 of which led directly to goals. A missed assignment in the defensive zone that I knew was wrong while I was making it and made anyway because I was late getting into position and late is already the mistake, the rest is just consequence. I was physically on the ice the whole game. The rest of me was somewhere else, and the somewhere else cost us 5 goals. Nobody said anything in the locker room after. That's the hockey version of saying something, the specific silence that settles when a team has nothing useful left and everybody knows it. I sat with my gear on longer than I needed to, elbows on my knees, staring at the floor. Marcus sat 2 lockers down. When the assistant coach walked out to make a call, Marcus said, not at me, to the room, just into the air at a volume calibrated to carry, Cap's got his head somewhere else this season. Nobody agreed out loud. Nobody disagreed out loud. That's the thing about Marcus. He never needs agreement. He just needs the thing to be said, in a room where the right people can hear it. The rest takes care of itself. I didn't react. I pulled off my gloves and set them on the bench and looked at the floor. Damon, 2 seats to my left, looked at me once. I gave him nothing back. He looked away. Not reacting was the correct move. I know that. In the moment you react, you confirm that the thing that was said had something to land on. I gave it nothing to land on. But not reacting also looked like nothing to say. And nothing to say, after a 7-2 loss, in front of people who are watching for exactly this, it looked like a captain with nothing left. I know that too. The hotel room was quiet in the particular way of hotel rooms, which is not actually quiet at all, the HVAC running, the corridor noise, the specific quality of air that has been breathed by too many strangers, but quiet in the way that means you're alone with whatever you brought in with you. I lay on the bed with my shoes still on and looked at the ceiling for a while. At 11:30 I picked up my phone. I wasn't going to text her. There was no legitimate strategic reason to contact her tonight. We had a Thursday session to coordinate appeal revisions and that was the appropriate next point of contact and everything else was outside the rules. I typed, "Bad night." Sent it before I made a different decision. Set the phone on my chest. 2 minutes. 5. Tell me something real. I read it 3 times. The phrasing. Not what happened or how bad or are you okay. Tell me something real. Like she already knew the summary of the bad night and wasn't interested in the summary. Like she wanted the thing underneath it. I stared at the ceiling. The HVAC clicked off and the room got the slightly more quiet that happens when background noise stops. I've been playing hockey my whole life for my dad, I typed. I don't know if I've ever played it for me. I put the phone back on my chest and closed my eyes. I didn't plan to say that to anyone, ever. I've said versions of it to Damon, in pieces, over 3 years of knowing him, and even then only in the way you say things sideways, not I don't know if I want this but sometimes I wonder, and it's complicated and the comfortable inexact language of not quite admitting something. I said the direct version to Isla Chen at 11:30 in a hotel room the night of a loss because she asked for something real and I am apparently incapable of giving her anything less. The phone buzzed. I held it above my face and read it. I've been skating my whole life for my mom. I don't know if I've ever skated for me either. I read it twice. Then I put the phone down on the bed beside me and left it there. We didn't text again that night. We didn't need to. The thing had been said, in both directions, and adding to it would have been the wrong move, would have made it smaller by trying to explain it, tried to build a structure around something that was fine exactly as it was, two people in two different rooms saying the truest thing they knew. I lay there until 1 in the morning. I thought about my father's voice on every drive home from a bad game when I was 10, 12, 15. Not angry, he doesn't do angry, not directly. He does assessment. Clear, detailed, specific assessment of every error, every missed opportunity, every place the effort didn't match the standard. He meant it as coaching. I know he meant it as coaching. I also know I learned, somewhere around age 13, to separate the game from the assessment, to put the game in a room and close the door before he started talking, so the game stayed clean. So the thing I loved and the thing I was being trained to be stayed separate. The problem is that rooms with closed doors are still the same house. I thought about Isla saying I don't know if I've ever skated for me and the specific flatness of it, not self-pity, not performance. Just a person identifying a fact about their own life with the same precision she applies to everything else. I thought about the 7-2 loss and Marcus's voice in the room full of people who'd heard it. At 1:15 I opened my laptop to check my email, a habit, not an intention. There was a forwarded message at the top of my inbox. No sender name. The forward header showed the recipient, the NHL Draft Scouting Organization's general contact email. I sat up. The original email had no name on it. Anonymous submission. The subject line was Leadership Concern, Hartwell University Hockey. I opened it. It was 4 paragraphs. Clinical, precise, the kind of language that sounds like genuine concern until you read it twice and see the architecture underneath, every sentence positioned to sound like worried observation while actually delivering a specific picture. Leadership instability. Off-ice distractions. The gallery photo was attached. Not the grainy parking lot version, a better one. Clearer. Shot from inside the gallery. Someone had been in that gallery with a camera. The last paragraph referenced the joint appeal as evidence of unclear program priorities and divided attention during a critical scouting period. I read it through once. Then again. Then I closed the laptop and sat on the edge of the hotel bed in the dark. I didn't need to investigate who sent it. The language was Marcus's, not his casual language, his careful language, the version he uses in emails and formal communications when he wants something documented. I'd read his team reports. I know the cadence of it. What he hadn't counted on, or what he'd counted on and decided to risk, was someone forwarding it to me. I didn't know who the forward came from. I didn't know how they had it. But someone inside that scouting organization, or with access to that inbox, had sent me a copy. Which meant someone was watching Marcus too. I sat in the dark for a long time thinking about all the moving pieces and where they were pointing, and underneath all of it, something quieter, Isla's text still on my screen. I've been skating my whole life for my mom. She didn't know about this email yet. She would. She'd need to. It changed the timeline, changed what we needed from the Marcus investigation, changed how careful we had to be. But it was 1 in the morning and we'd both said the truest things we knew tonight, and some conversations need daylight. I put my phone on the nightstand. I turned the light off. I lay in the dark and thought, whatever Marcus thinks this is, he's miscalculated something. He thinks the distraction is the problem. He thinks if he can document the distraction, the photo, the gallery, the joint appeal, it looks like weakness. He doesn't understand that the thing he's trying to use against me is the only thing this season that feels like mine. Chapter 11. Thin ice, literal and otherwise. Isla. The joint appeal had 47 pages and 3 supplementary exhibits, and it was, without question, the best document I had ever put my name on. That's not modesty, it's accuracy. I've written research papers that won department recognition. I've filed formal complaints that resulted in policy changes. I've produced competition documentation that had to meet National Federation standards. The joint appeal was better than all of it, and the reason it was better was specific and slightly irritating: Jack's contribution. He worked differently than I did. I built from the inside out, argument first, evidence to support it, structure to hold both. He built from the outside in, audience first, then the argument they could hear, then the evidence that would land. Neither approach was wrong. Together they produced something that was both internally rigorous and externally persuasive, which is harder to do than it sounds. Most documents are one or the other. We presented on a Thursday. Boardroom, 7 p.m., same long table as the first meeting. Hale at the head. The woman with the laptop. 2 new faces I didn't recognize who turned out to be from the university's athletic compliance office, which meant someone had flagged the legal angle for my first meeting and they'd brought lawyers. Good. Let them hear it directly. I spoke for 11 minutes. Jack spoke for 6. The division was intentional. His section handled the hockey program's confirmation that the 90-minute expansion request didn't reflect actual team needs, which was the factual bomb at the center of the whole presentation. He said it plainly, in the direct way he says everything, and he had documentation, practice logs, the conditioning schedule, Holt's written statement confirming the current schedule was adequate. Appendix C collapsed. The data behind the proposal collapsed with it. The board took it under advisement. Which is not a yes, but it is not a no, and from where we started it was the only outcome worth having. The corridor outside the board room was empty when we came out. Everyone else filtered toward the elevator. I stood against the wall with my folder and ran the last 20 minutes back through in my head, checking for gaps. Jack stopped beside me. He was leaning against the wall too, arms crossed, and he looked more tired than I'd seen him. Not physically. The other kind, the kind that comes from carrying something heavy for longer than you let yourself acknowledge. I noticed because I'd started noticing things I hadn't planned to notice. They'll table it, I said. Hale has to. We took out the foundation of the proposal. Yeah. He nodded. Not with satisfaction. Just acknowledging it. I looked at him. Are you okay? He turned his head. The question seemed to catch him slightly off balance, not in a bad way, just the way of something unexpected. Got some news this week, he said. After the away game. I waited. Someone tried to tank my draft stock. He said it the same way he said everything: hard, straight, no margin for misinterpretation. An anonymous email to the scouting org. Documentation. The gallery photo. He looked at the floor for a second. Marcus. I can't prove it yet. I didn't say I'm sorry, because that wasn't what the moment needed. What are you going to do? Prove it. Simple. Not angry. Decided. I stood there. Outside the boardroom, the elevator opened and closed. Someone's heels clicked down the corridor. The building had the quiet of a place that works late and stops suddenly. Marcus's girlfriend is on the skating team, I said. Lauren Park. She's a sophomore. I kept my voice level. She talks. Not maliciously, she doesn't know what she's sharing most of the time. But Marcus uses her as a testing ground. He says things around her to see if they circulate. I looked at Jack. If there's a connection between him and whoever gave him the broadcasting information, it'll have moved through her at some point. She won't know it's a thread. But I can pull it. Jack looked at me. I looked back. You don't have to do that, he said. I know. It's outside the appeal. The appeal's essentially done. I know that too. He was quiet for a moment. Then, why? I picked up my bag. Because the proposal was built on manufactured data and someone should have to account for that. I paused. And because you caught my shoulder fault and you were right and I haven't lost a run-through since. He almost smiled. I caught the edge of it before he controlled it. That's your reason. That's the one I'm giving you. I started toward the elevator. I'll talk to Lauren this week. Don't do anything with Marcus until I do. Isla. I pressed the elevator button. Thank you, he said. Behind me. Quiet. I didn't turn around. The elevator opened. Same time Tuesday, I said, and got in. I was in my room with my notes spread across the desk and a cold cup of tea and the specific dull exhaustion of a day that had been entirely too many things when my phone rang. Not a text. A call. My mother calls when a text would do, but she wants me to know the thing is important enough for a call. She has done this my whole life. The call means, pay attention, this is not a sidebar. I picked up. Mom. I booked my flights. Her voice was the same it always was, clear, precise, the accent thinner than it was when I was a child, worn smooth by years of living in a country that wasn't hers. I'll arrive the Thursday before the qualifier. I'll need a hotel near the rink. I'll send you the name of the one the program uses. Fine. A pause. My mother's pauses are different from other people's pauses. They have weight. I spoke with Coach Novak this week. I went still. When? Tuesday. She called me. Another weighted pause. She said your focus has been inconsistent. That she's watching the qualifier performance carefully. Novak called my mother. Novak, who had spoken to me directly, who had stood outside my room and told me to show her something by Friday, Novak had also called my mother, which meant she was managing two versions of the same concern, the one she gave me directly and the one she gave my mother as a warning, or a pressure point, or both. My focus is fine, I said. I've corrected the technical issue. Friday's run-through was clean. Your focus has been inconsistent, she said again, like she hadn't heard the second sentence. Mom. Don't embarrass us, Isla. 4 words. The same 4 words she had said before every major competition since I was 12. Not do your best, not I'm proud of you for being here. Don't embarrass us. The us that meant her, that meant our family name, that meant the version of this story where my performance was always partly hers. I held the phone. Outside my window a group of students crossed the quad, loud and unhurried, completely unaware that I was sitting 20 feet above them being told, again, that my job was not to fail her. I'll skate well, I said. See that you do. And she hung up. I put the phone down on the desk and looked at it. Then I looked at my notes. The appeal documentation, the Marcus thread, the qualifier timeline, the shoulder correction, Friday's clean run-through. Everything in its folder. Everything in order. I picked up my pen. I wrote at the bottom of the page, in small letters because I wasn't writing it for anyone else. Skate for yourself. Just once. See what happens. I stared at that for a minute. Then I closed the notebook and went to bed. Chapter 12. What the ice knows. Jack. The game got cancelled at noon. Pipe issue at the away venue, their ice plant failed overnight, whole surface unusable. Holt sent the text to the team group chat at 12:14, away game postponed. Rescheduled date TBD. Optional skate at 6, otherwise day off. I stared at my phone for a minute. Then I checked the qualifier schedule that Isla had sent me 3 weeks ago as part of the joint appeal documentation. She'd included the figure skating program's full competition calendar as Exhibit B, because she documents everything, because she is the kind of person who considers future needs when organizing a folder. The regional qualifier was today. 2 p.m. at Hartwell. I told myself I had nothing else to do. I told myself it made sense to go. We were still building the Marcus case, still in the middle of the appeal process, still technically partners in something. Knowing how she competed was relevant information. It was practical. I told myself several things between noon and 1:30. At 1:40 I was in the stands. The qualifying arena held about 800 people at capacity. Today it was maybe half that, family sections, coaching staff, a cluster of sports management students there for the professional practicum component. I sat in the upper section, away from the figure skating program's bench, in a spot where I had a clear sightline to center ice and a reasonable chance of not being noticed by anyone who knew me. Damon texted at 2:03, "Where are you?" "Day off," I sent back. "That's not an answer." "Enjoy your day off, Damon." He sent back a single emoji. The eyebrow one. I put my phone in my pocket. The competition ran the short programs in reverse seeding order, lower seeds first, top seeds closing. I watched 3 skaters before Isla. I'm not going to pretend I absorbed anything about those 3 programs. I was watching the ice, the boards, the way the judges sat at their table, the specific quality of attention in the room when a program started versus when it was running versus when it ended. I was learning the room. When they called her name, I stopped noticing the room. She came out from the gate at the far end. I'd seen her skate 100 times by now, at dawn, at night, in practice runs where she was working something out, in late sessions where she was just moving through the program to keep it in her body. I'd watched from the boards and from the far end of the rink and from the corridor window on the nights I stayed too late in the facility. I had not seen this. The music started, something I didn't know, contemporary and low and slightly melancholic, the kind of piece that doesn't ask for attention, it just starts and waits for you to catch up with it. She moved into the opening sequence and I understood within about 8 seconds that whatever I'd been watching in practice was not this. Practice was the architecture. This was the building standing. She didn't perform the music. She was inside it. Every movement came from somewhere real, not staged, not demonstrated, but inhabited. Her face wasn't doing the competition expression I'd seen on other skaters, the performed emotion that always looks slightly too large for the moment. She looked like she was working something out. Something personal. Like the program was a question she was asking herself and the skating was the process of finding the answer. I sat with my forearms on the seat back in front of me and I watched her, and at some point I understood that I had never actually watched Isla Chen before. I'd looked at her. Many times. In 3 years of shared space and 2 months of proximity I'd looked at her more than I'd looked at most people. But looking is the surface, you track a person, you register them, you notice the things they do and file them into the category you've already built for them. Watching is different. Watching is when the category falls apart because the person in front of you is doing something the category can't hold. She landed the triple axel. Left shoulder set late, exactly as we'd corrected. The landing was a back outside edge that ran all the way to the boards before she stepped out of it, and the length of that edge meant the rotation had been exactly right, not a fraction over or under. She came out of it and moved into the next element without a visible pause, and the program kept going and I let out a breath I'd apparently been holding since the jump's takeoff. The program ran 4 minutes and 11 seconds. When she hit the final position, one arm extended, head down, one breath held, the arena did the thing that a room does when it's been watching something that mattered. It was quiet for exactly 1 second before the applause started. Not because people were slow to react. Because they needed that second to come back from wherever the program had taken them. I went down after the scores were announced. Not to the ice level, I wasn't going to walk into that space, it wasn't mine. But to the corridor that ran behind the lower section, where I could see the gate area through the boards. I told myself I was leaving. I was heading toward the exit, which happened to pass through that corridor. She scored second. Not first, a girl from Yukon had been clean through 6 elements and her GOE numbers were higher. Second place is not a loss. At qualifiers, second place gets you to nationals. Second place is the goal achieved. She came off the ice and her coach met her at the gate, Novak, clipboard in hand, not smiling but not frowning, the expression of someone who has already moved on to the debrief while the performance is still warm. They spoke for a moment. Then Novak stepped back and the woman waiting behind her moved forward. I was 6 feet away, partially blocked by a support column, but I could see clearly. Her mother was maybe 50. Sharp cheekbones, dark hair pulled back, Isla same posture, that specific way of standing that takes up exactly the right amount of space and no more. She looked at Isla the way a coach looks at a result, assessing, already moving toward correction. She said something. I was too far to hear the words clearly, but I heard the cadence, 3 quick sentences, clipped, ending on a downward note. Not a question. A verdict. I watched Isla's face. It happened fast. That was the thing. A flicker, something open and waiting, something that had been hoping for a different first word, and then it was gone. Sealed over. Her expression went back to neutral in the time it takes to blink, and she nodded once and said something brief, and her mother touched her arm once, not a hug, a touch, the difference between those two things enormous, and then they were both looking at something else. I stood behind the column and looked at the floor. I thought about second place. 4 minutes and 11 seconds of the most complete thing I'd seen a person do, and the first response was a verdict. I left before she could come through the corridor and find me there. I texted her at 9 that night. I drafted 4 different versions. Deleted all of them because they were too much, too long, too explaining, too aware of the moment in the corridor that she didn't know I'd seen. The thing with Isla is that she doesn't want to be managed. She wants the real thing, or nothing. You were the best one out there, I typed. Not second. First. Sent it. Put my phone in my jacket pocket, the one that had held the napkin for 2 weeks before I moved it to my desk drawer. Left it there. She didn't reply that night. I didn't look at the notification. I watched game footage for 2 hours, made food, went to sleep. In the morning I found the sticky note on the floor just inside my door. White. Folded once. Same size as mine. I knew the handwriting now. You're still the worst. Thanks. I stood in my doorway reading it for longer than necessary. Then I stuck it on the inside of my desk drawer, next to the napkin. I sat at my desk and looked at my phone for a minute. My father had called twice this week. I'd let both calls go to voicemail. The voicemails were variations of the same thing: scout update, schedule, the draft. I'd listened to each one and put the phone down and thought about something else. I called him back. He picked up on the second ring. Jack. Hey, Dad. You got my messages? Yeah. I leaned back in my chair. I'd thought about how to say this. I decided the thinking was the problem. I need to tell you something about this season. A pause. Not the weighted kind. The listening kind. He does listen, that's the thing about my father that's always been complicated. He listens completely. He just listens from inside a picture he's already decided on. I'm playing this season my way, I said. My captaincy, my game decisions, my timeline on the draft. If I get there, it's because of what I built, not because of who we think I should be. Silence. If a team wants to draft me, they can want me on those terms. I kept my voice level. I'm not managing this season around your timeline. I'm not managing it around the scouts or around what you think I should be doing off ice. A pause. I'm telling you that because I think you deserve to know, not because I'm asking for permission. The silence stretched. Long enough that I checked the call was still connected. Then my father hung up. No response. No argument. Just the call ending. I sat in my chair with the phone in my hand and waited for the feeling I expected, the hollow drop of having said the wrong thing, the familiar weight of disappointing the one person who had shaped every hour of my athletic life since age 6. It didn't come. What came instead was something quieter. Not happy exactly, it wasn't a victory, it wasn't clean. There was real grief somewhere in it, for the version of this where he'd said okay or I hear you or even just stayed on the line. That version didn't happen. It might not happen for a long time. But the silence on the other end wasn't the worst thing I'd ever survived. I put my phone in my pocket and went to practice. Chapter 13. Everything that isn't said. Isla. I did not fall asleep on Jack Callahan's couch on purpose. That needs to be on record. It was a Tuesday, late November, the kind of night where the temperature drops 10 degrees between dinner and 10 p.m. and nobody's coat is right for it yet. We'd been working on the Marcus thread for 2.5 hours, his laptop, my notes, the email chain that Isla had pulled from Lauren Park through the very careful work of 3 casual conversations across 2 weeks. Lauren talked. She always talked. She thought she was venting about Marcus's stress levels. She was actually handing us the thread. The email chain connected Marcus to the compliance officer who had originally flagged the broadcasting deal to the board. Not directly, Marcus hadn't emailed the compliance officer. But Marcus had emailed a friend of the compliance officers, and that friend had forwarded the conversation, and the timestamps on that forwarded chain predated the expansion proposal by 3 weeks. He'd known about the broadcasting deal before it was announced publicly. Someone inside the compliance office had given him the information. That was intent. That was the piece Holt needed. We'd found it at 11:40. We spent 20 minutes after that going through it carefully, pulling the specific threads, making sure the timestamps held and the chain was unbroken. Jack typed notes. I cross-referenced against the original proposal. It was good work. It was the kind of work that takes total concentration and doesn't leave room for anything else. At 12:15 I remember sitting back against the couch cushion and thinking, we have it. That was the last thought I had before the next one, which was waking up to a room that was very quiet and a blanket that was very warm and a ceiling I did not recognize. I lay still. 4 a.m. The lamp by the desk was still on, Jack's desk, Jack's apartment, Jack's couch, which I was on instead of my own bed 2 blocks away. The blanket was the one that had been draped over the couch arm when I arrived. It was now over me. I had not put it there. I looked at the ceiling for a long time. He wasn't in the room. The apartment was the specific quiet of a place where someone is elsewhere but nearby, not empty, just waiting. I could hear, very faintly, the sound of movement in the kitchen. Water running. The soft sound of something set on a counter. I lay there and looked at the ceiling and thought about Rule 3, which had been on the napkin as no sleepovers, which this technically wasn't. This was an accidental unconsciousness, which was different. I tried to decide how different. I thought about the blanket. I did not think about what it meant that he'd covered me instead of waking me up. I did not think about what it meant that there was now a warm specific weight to the fact of being in his space asleep, a vulnerability I had not consented to consciously, and he had treated it carefully. I did not think about any of that. I got up as quietly as I could, folded the blanket back over the couch arm, picked up my bag, and left. He was in the kitchen. He saw me. Neither of us said anything about the blanket. He held up a mug in a question. I shook my head. I held up the folder of evidence in an answer. He nodded. I left. Rule 3 was gone. I filed that clearly and moved on. Rule 4 cracked on a Thursday in the cafeteria. I wasn't there, I was across the room, 2 tables away, talking to Priya about the qualifier debrief. I heard Marcus's voice before I knew who it was, the specific carry of someone who is used to their words reaching the whole table without having to project. He was saying something about the joint appeal. Something about Callahan's little pet project and the phrase figure skaters in a tone that communicated exactly how much he respected that category. I looked up. Jack was at the team table. 8 people around him, lunch, the normal noise of it. He had gone very still. Not tense, still, which was different. The kind of still that is a decision, not a reaction. He was looking at the table in front of him and he was not saying anything and his jaw was doing one specific thing that I had learned to read. Marcus kept talking. I couldn't catch all of it. I caught the last sentence, which is fine, I guess, if you want your captain playing social worker instead of hockey. The table laughed. Not everyone, but enough. Jack did not laugh. He did not respond. He picked up his glass and drank from it and set it back down with the careful precision of someone who has decided what they're not going to do and is actively not doing it. From 2 tables away, Priya said quietly, Isla. I see it, I said. You're doing the thing. I'm not doing anything. Your left wrist, she said. You're rolling it. I put my hand flat on the table. I'm not doing anything. But I'd seen it. And I couldn't unsee it, Jack at a table full of people, going very quiet in a way that only happens when something matters enough to keep still for. Not because he didn't hear the comment. Because he did, and what he did with it was go quiet instead of going loud, and I understood without being told why. Rule 4 was technically still standing. We were enemies in public. Always. But something behind it had changed its shape. Rule 1 I did not examine. I could not afford to examine Rule 1. You are in love with him. Priya said it on a Friday evening, straight, no preamble, sitting on my desk chair with her laptop open like she was still doing work and this was just a passing observation. I'm not, I said. You didn't eat lunch today. I wasn't hungry. You were hungry at 11:30. I know because you said so when we left the library. She looked at me. Then you saw him in the atrium with a girl from his sports management class and you said you'd changed your mind about lunch and you went back to your room. That's circumstantial. The girl was his lab partner. They were working on a presentation. I know because Damon told me, and Damon told me because he saw your face across the atrium and he texted me about it. I looked at my notebook. Damon needs to mind his business. Damon is, tragically, a person who pays attention. She closed her laptop. Isla. I heard you. You're not going to say it. I know you're not going to say it. You can not say it all the way to nationals if you want. But I'm saying it once so it's out in the room. She looked at me calmly. You are in love with him. You have been for a while. And you're managing it with rules and schedules and work because that's how you manage everything that scares you. I looked at my notebook for a long time. The qualifiers in 3 weeks, I said. I know. After nationals. After nationals, I'll think about it. Priya picked her laptop back up. She didn't push it. That's Priya, she says the thing once, she says it fully, and then she lets you carry it wherever you're going to carry it. She's never once made me feel stupid for taking longer than she thinks I should. I went back to my notes. I thought about the cafeteria and the very still quality of Jack's jaw, and I thought about the blanket on the couch, and I thought about you were the best one out there, not second, first, and I thought about 2 people in a hotel room on opposite ends of a loss saying the truest things they knew. I did not write anything in my notebook about any of it. I went to the hockey house Thursday night to drop off the final compiled evidence folder. We were presenting to Holt Friday morning. I didn't plan to stay, drop the folder, confirm the timeline, leave. 10 minutes. The front door was unlocked. Damon let me in, pointed down the hall, said Jack was on a call. I said I'd wait by the door. Damon went back to whatever he was doing. The hallway was narrow and the door to the back room was not fully closed. I was not trying to hear anything. She's not part of this. Jack's voice. Low, flat, the tone that he uses when he's not asking. Leave her out of it. A pause. Whoever was on the other end. I don't care what it costs me. Quieter. Certain in the way of something decided well before this conversation. That's not your call to make. Are we clear? Another pause. Then silence, which meant the call had ended. I stood in the hallway with the folder in my hands. I could have moved toward the door. I could have knocked, announced myself, walked in normally. Instead I stood there for 3 seconds and then turned around and walked back toward the front of the house. Damon was in the kitchen. He raised an eyebrow. Tell him I left the folder by the door, I said. Everything he needs for Holt is in there. You okay? Fine. I put the folder on the side table by the entrance. Timelines on the first page. Timestamps are highlighted. I left before I could think too hard about what I'd heard. She's not part of this. Leave her out of it. I didn't know who he was talking to. I didn't know what he was protecting me from. I didn't know what I don't care what it costs me cost. I told myself I didn't need to know. I walked home in the cold and thought about the qualifier and my mother and the left shoulder and the triple axle and every clean and ordered thing in my life that had a clear shape and a clear outcome. And underneath all of it, quiet and persistent, that voice, I don't care what it costs me. Like I was something worth the cost. I didn't know what to do with that. So I did what I always do, I walked faster, and I didn't look back, and I told myself I'd sort it later. Later was getting further away. Chapter 14. The Evidence. Jack. Holt is not a man who shows anger. In 2 years of playing under him I had seen him frustrated, disappointed, strategically cold, and once, after a game we lost because of a referee call so bad it made the regional sports news, I had seen him go very quiet in the locker room in the specific way that meant he was managing something real. But anger, displayed, the open kind, I had not seen it. Until Friday morning. We were in his office. Me, Damon, and the folder Isla had left at the door the night before. I walked Holt through it methodically, the timeline first, then the email chain, then the timestamp discrepancy that proved Marcus had information about the broadcasting deal 3 weeks before it was publicly announced. I explained where the chain came from. I did not explain how Isla had pulled it from Lauren Park through 3 conversations across 2 weeks, because that thread ran through the figure skating program and Holt didn't need to know the architecture of it. He needed the document. He read it. All of it. 7 pages. He read slowly, which was how I knew he was taking it seriously. Holt schemes things he's already decided about and reads carefully the things he hasn't. When he finished, he set the folder on his desk and looked at the window. His jaw moved once. Then he was still. "This is Marcus," he said. "Not a question. The email account is registered to his student profile. The timestamps connect directly to." "I heard you." He picked up the folder and set it down again. 3 years, he said. Quietly. To himself more than me. "I've had this kid on my team for 3 years." He made 2 phone calls from his office while I sat there. The first was to the athletic director. The second was to the university's compliance office. He was brief in both. "I have documentation, I'll send it today, yes it's sufficient," and then he put the phone down and looked at me. "The captaincy review is closed," he said. "Effective now. You're the captain, uncontested, for the remainder of the season." He looked at the folder. "Marcus will be referred to the Athletic Conduct Committee. I'll handle the formal process." "Okay. You've been carrying this quietly." I needed the full picture before bringing it. He looked at me for a long moment. The look coaches give when they're assessing something they're not going to say directly. "You didn't do this alone." I held his gaze. "No." He nodded once. "The figure skating program's appeal, is the board going to move on that? The proposal doesn't have a foundation anymore. Without the false data, there's no case for the reduction." I picked up my jacket. "I'd appreciate it if you formally withdrew the hockey program's association with the original request. On record. Consider it done." He stood. "Go to practice." I went to practice. I skated for 2 hours and it was the clearest 2 hours of hockey I'd played all season, not because the pressure was gone, but because the pressure was clean now. Whatever was in front of me was mine to deal with. Nothing behind me I hadn't put there myself. Afterward I sat in Holt's waiting area outside the athletic complex with Damon, both of us damp from the shower, running on convenience store coffee and the specific lightness of a thing that has finally been resolved. "She needs to know," I said. "Yeah. The program's safe. The appeal's going to pass. She needs to know." Damon drank his coffee. He was quiet for a moment in the way he gets when he's deciding how much of the thing he's thinking to say. "You figured out the fastest way to tell her?" "I'll text her. Or, she's usually at the rink at this time." I could go. I stopped. Because I'd caught myself. I'd said she needs to know and immediately started thinking about being there when she found out. Being in the room. Watching her face do what it does when something shifts, that small, rapid movement, the thing she controls so fast most people would miss it. I wanted to see that. Not for strategic reasons. Not because we were working together. Because it was Isla and it was good news and something in me had decided, without consulting the rules, that her face when something was good was something I wanted to be there for. I sat with that for a second. Damon was watching me. "What?" I said. "Nothing." He drank his coffee. A pause. "You're gone, man. You know that, right?" I looked at the wall across the corridor. The athletics department motivational posters. "Champions are made, not born." Very applicable. "I know," I said. "Like, actually gone. Not interested in fixing it gone." "I know, Damon." He nodded. Another pause. Then, quieter, "Does she know?" I thought about the gallery. The sculpture. "First time I've tried rules." "How's it working out for you?" "Horrifically." The blanket on the couch that she'd folded back with careful precision and never mentioned. The sticky note on my door. The way she'd walked out of the hockey house last night with the folder. I come into the hallway to find Damon in the kitchen and the folder on the side table and the front door closed. She'd heard something. I'd seen Damon's face when I came in and asked why she'd left. He'd looked at the back room and back at me and said phone call, and I'd understood. She'd heard some of the call with Marcus's contact, the guy who'd been feeding him information from inside the compliance office and who I'd spent 40 minutes Wednesday night making very clear was going to stop doing that immediately, or I was going to make sure every piece of what he'd done ended up in front of the same conduct committee handling Marcus. She's not part of this. Leave her out of it. She'd heard that. She hadn't asked me about it. I don't know what she knows, I said. Damon looked at me for a moment. Does she know, Jack? I looked at the poster. Champions are made, not born. No, I said. Not yet. He finished his coffee. Crumpled the cup. Well. He stood up. That seems like information worth giving her. After the qualifier, I said. She's got 3 weeks. She doesn't need. You keep timing things around her qualifier. Because it matters to her. So do you. He said it simply. No drama. Just a fact he'd apparently been holding for a while and had decided this was the moment to set down. Think about that. He dropped his cup in the bin and walked toward the exit. Text her about Marcus. She deserves to know the program's safe. He pushed through the door. I sat in the empty waiting area. The lights hummed. The motivational poster stared at me. I picked up my phone. I pulled up her name. I thought about what Damon said, and I thought about the blanket and the sticky note and the gallery and all the things that had accumulated in 2 months of sharing a space and a problem, and more than that and more than that and more than that. I typed, Marcus is done. Holt has the full file. The program is safe. Then I sat there looking at my phone. Then I typed one more line. I need to tell you something. After the qualifier. When you have time. I stared at that second line for a long moment. Sent it anyway. I put my phone in my pocket. I sat in the empty waiting area for another minute. Then I stood up, picked up my jacket, and walked out into the cold. Chapter 15. What wasn't in the rules? Isla. The email came at 2:17 on a Wednesday afternoon. I was in the library, 3rd floor, the quiet section where phones are supposed to be silent and mostly are. I felt the buzz in my pocket, pulled it out to silence it, and saw the sender, Hartwell Athletic Board of Directors. Subject line, Joint Appeal, Program Allocation Decision. I read the first line. Then I read the whole email. Then I read it a third time, slowly, making sure the words meant what they appeared to mean. After careful review of the joint appeal submitted by the Hartwell University Figure Skating Program and Men's Ice Hockey Program, and in light of the withdrawal of the original expansion request, the board has voted to maintain current ice allocation schedules without modification. The proposed reduction will not proceed. That was it. 11 lines. Clean, administrative, final. I sat in the library quiet section and read it 3 times, and then I put my phone on the table and looked at the wall for a moment. The wall had a shelf of reference books on it that nobody had touched since probably 2015. I looked at them. I thought about 3 years of 5:45 mornings and the quota of early ice and the rink board meeting and the board chair's quiet voice in the empty conference room saying the only way to reverse this may be a co-petition, like he was handing me something I'd rather not carry. I thought about 47 pages of appeal documentation. I thought about Jack's section, 6 minutes at the board table, the hockey program's own data used to dismantle the proposal that had used the hockey program's name. I packed up my bag. I went to the athletic complex. The weight room smelled like rubber and metal and effort. I pushed the door open and found him at the far end, cable machine, working his shoulders, earbuds in. He had his back partly to me. I watched him finish the set before I crossed the room, because walking up behind someone who's working and interrupting the rep felt like the wrong way to start. He saw me in the mirror before he turned. Took out one earbud. Looked at me with the expression he uses when he's not sure what version of a conversation he's about to have. The appeal passed, I said. He nodded. He already knew, he'd gotten the same email. Good. I stood there for a second. I had not planned beyond arriving. That was unusual for me, not planning beyond the point of arrival. I'd walked here without an agenda, which was as close to impulsive as I get. Thank you, I said. No sarcasm on the front of it. No buffer. Just the two words, straight, because he'd earned straight. He set the cable handle down. He looked at me. Not with surprise exactly, it was more careful than surprise, like he was making sure he'd heard the right thing before he responded to it. You did it, he said. I just showed up. I looked at him. You showed up every time. He was quiet for a moment. So did you. We stood in the weight room with the hum of the ventilation system and the distant sound of the hockey team on the ice one floor below, and it was the first time in 2 months of proximity and rules and joint sessions and napkin negotiations that neither of us had anything defensive to say. No armor in the words. Just the words. It was terrifying. I'm not going to pretend it wasn't. That evening we were at his apartment going through the final documentation that needed to be filed as a record of the appeal outcome, my system, not his, but he'd adopted it without complaint weeks ago. He made coffee without asking if I wanted any, which he'd also started doing weeks ago, and I took it without commenting on the fact that he knew how I took it, which I had also started doing weeks ago. The documentation took 40 minutes. After that we were just sitting there. This was the part the rules weren't written for. The rules covered the arrangement. They covered the benefits and the privacy and the exit. They did not cover the Tuesday nights when the work was done and neither of us moved toward the door. He was on the couch with his legs stretched out and his coffee on the table, and I was at the other end with my legs folded under me and a notebook I wasn't writing in. The lamp on the desk made the room warm in a way the overhead light didn't. Outside it was properly cold now, mid-December, the kind of dark that falls early and stays. My father called back, he said. To the room, not specifically to me. The way he says things he's been holding for a while, without setup, just releasing them. I looked at him. When? Last week. After I told him I was playing on my own terms this season. He drank his coffee. He said he'd been thinking about it. He didn't apologize. He's not built for it. A pause. But he said he'd come to the championship game if we make it. I considered that. That's something. Yeah. He looked at his cup. Not enough. But something. He looked at me sideways. Your mother's coming for the qualifier. 2 weeks. You ready? I was quiet for a moment. Ready was a word that meant different things depending on which version of the qualifier I was preparing for, the technical version, yes. The landing, the shoulder, the run-through. The version where my mother would be in the building with her verdict already prepared, for that one, I didn't know what ready looked like. I'm skating better than I've ever skated, I said. Whether that's enough for her is a different calculation. He looked at me. The look that had started somewhere in October and hadn't quite gone back to whatever it was before, the one that isn't analysis, isn't strategy. The one I had stopped trying to categorize. It's enough, he said. I looked at my notebook. The blank page. The thing I was not going to say was right there. I could feel it sitting at the edge of the sentence, the specific shape of a thing that would change everything once it was out in the room. It had been there for weeks, getting closer to the surface each time, and I had been careful. Controlled. Filing it under after the qualifier, after nationals, after. I should go, I said. It came out steadily. He didn't push back. He never pushed back on me leaving, which was one of the rules and also one of the things about him I'd started to notice separately from the rules. He let people be exactly where they were. Okay, he said. I stood. Picked up my bag. Pulled on my coat. I was at the door before I heard him move, not toward me, just shifting on the couch. I glanced back once. He was watching me go with an expression I had no folder for. Not waiting for me to stay. Not performing indifference. Something more accurate than both, a person who could see exactly what just happened and was not pretending otherwise. I went through the door. I walked home. The cold hit me the way it does when you've been warm for a while and it's a shock, clean and sharp and real. My phone was in my coat pocket. It buzzed twice before I reached my building. I pulled it out at the entrance. Unknown number. Not the one from before, a different unknown, new. I opened it. Your hockey captain has been using your joint appeal to build his draft profile. Ask him who he met with last Tuesday. No name. No follow-up. I stood under the building entrance light and read it twice. The cold was still sharp. The text was still there. My stomach dropped the way it does when the ice disappears from under you mid-jump, fast, total, nothing to catch you. I stood there for a long time. Then I went inside. Chapter 16. The Accusation. Jack. I heard the knock at 9:43. I know the time because I'd just checked my phone, a reflex, the same one I'd had since October, checking for messages I told myself were practical and new weren't. Nothing new. I set it down and the knock came 2 seconds later. I pulled the door open. Isla's face was the kind of closed I'd only seen once before, at the board meeting, right after she'd sat down after speaking, when she'd locked everything into neutral. It was her armor face. The full version. Nothing coming in, nothing going out. "Hey," I said. "Everything okay?" She looked at me. "Were you using our appeal to build your draft profile?" The question landed like a body check from behind, no warning, no angle to brace against. I felt my whole system lurch into the defensive position it knows by instinct, the one built by years of my father's assessments delivered without preamble. "Who told you that?" I said. The second it came out, I knew it was wrong. Not because it was the wrong question, it was the exact right question. I needed to know, the source mattered. But as a first response, to her, to that specific question, it was wrong. It was the response of someone caught rather than someone confused. Her expression didn't change. That was worse than if it had. "So you were," she said. "I didn't say that. You asked who told me. Not whether it was true. Because the source matters, whoever sent you that. You didn't deny it." Her voice was level. Completely level. The kind of level that costs something. "I gave you the first sentence and you went to the source instead of the fact." "Isla. Did you meet with someone last Tuesday? Related to the draft?" I had. I had met with a scout. Holt had set it up, directly, without telling me it was on the schedule until that morning, part of the formal post-season scout access process. I had gone because Holt asked me to. I hadn't discussed the joint appeal or the figure skating program or anything beyond standard performance metrics and game footage. "Yes," I said. "I met with a scout. Holt set it up. It had nothing to do with. The appeal was your documentation. Your platform. Your name on a board petition that gave you a story to tell scouts about leadership and community relationships. That's not what happened." "How am I supposed to know that?" She said it quietly. Not accusation. Almost worse, it was a real question. How do I know what any of this was? The text, the rules, the meeting Holt set up the same week we filed the appeal. I didn't ask for that meeting. You went to it. I go to meetings Holt schedules. That's what playing for someone means. I didn't use you. I didn't use the appeal. The meeting was 20 minutes about footage and it's on record at the athletic office if you want to pull it. I don't want to pull the record. I want you to tell me I'm wrong. She looked at me straight. Tell me I'm wrong, Jack. Tell me you weren't in a room thinking about what the joint appeal looked like on a draft profile. The room was quiet. I should have said it. I should have said it immediately, clearly, the way I would have said it about anything else, directly, without hesitation. I didn't use you. Full stop. You're wrong. What happened instead was the ceiling of the thing I'd been holding for weeks cracked open and everything underneath it was suddenly right there, the intercepted emails, the compliance office contact I'd pressured into silence, the phone call Isla had overheard and never asked me about. 2 months of protecting her from things she hadn't known were coming without telling her I was protecting her because she hadn't asked to be protected and because telling her meant explaining why I'd done it and why I'd done it was a sentence I wasn't ready to say out loud. Why is he protecting someone he's not supposed to care about? I couldn't answer it to her without answering it to myself. In that room, at 9:43, with her armor on and mine cracked open, I couldn't do both at once. I said nothing. I see, she said. That's not. Rule 5. Her voice was still level. Still completely controlled. We're done. The 2 words. Right there. The exit we'd both signed onto in October, sitting at opposite ends of a coffee shop. Either of us says done, it's done, no questions. I'd written it on the napkin because I knew I'd need it. I'd known from the beginning I'd need it, that there would be a point where the exit mattered and I should be able to use it cleanly. Say something, I thought. I didn't say anything. Because she had invoked the rule and the rule existed for a reason and I had been the one to write it, and the reason I'd written it was that some exits are better taken before you can't anymore, and I was so far past being able to take it cleanly that standing here saying nothing was the last clean thing I had left. She picked up her bag from the floor by the door. She opened the door. "Good luck with the scouts," she said. She walked out. The door didn't slam, she closed it, careful and quiet. I stood in the apartment with the lamp on and the 2 mugs still on the coffee table from earlier in the evening, and I looked at the closed door. The room was the same size it had always been. It felt different. That's the thing about presence, you only understand the shape of it when it stops. I sat down on the couch. I looked at the place she'd been sitting an hour ago with her legs folded under her and a notebook she wasn't writing in. I thought about saying I didn't use you. I thought about how straightforward that should have been and wasn't. I thought about the phone call she'd partly heard and never asked about, and why she hadn't asked, and what her not asking had cost her tonight. I sat there for a long time. The mugs got cold on the table. I didn't move them. Chapter 17. The Empty Rink. Isla. I have never skated badly in my life. I want to be clear about that, not as arrogance but as the foundation of what I'm about to tell you. Skating is the one place where my body does exactly what I ask it to. I can be exhausted, underprepared, sick, grieving, jet-lagged. I have skated through all of those things and my body has still done the work, because I trained it to, because the training lives in the muscle and the muscle doesn't need my mind to remember it. 3 days after I invoked Rule 5, I got on the ice at 5:45 in the morning and I skated badly. Not catastrophically. Nothing fell apart at the seams. But I ran the program entrance twice and both times the back edge felt uncertain, not technically wrong, just uncertain, like my body was asking a question I didn't have an answer to. I tried the triple axel on the 3rd run and landed it, but the landing was short, tight, a quarter turn of rotation missing that I hadn't missed in 6 weeks. I stopped at center ice. The rink was empty the way it used to be before October. No one at the far end. No equipment bag by the boards. No presence I was pointedly not acknowledging for the first 20 minutes and then inevitably acknowledging anyway. Just me and the ice and the cold and the small portable speaker playing the qualifier music to a completely empty building. I hated how wrong the empty felt. I hated that I noticed. I had spent 3 years preferring this, the empty rink, the uncontested ice, the morning that belonged to nobody but me. I had protected that preference, documented it, filed formal complaints to defend it. It was mine. Now it felt like something had been subtracted and I couldn't find the shape of what was left. I ran the entrance a 3rd time. The edge was better. Not good, better. I pushed through the full program anyway, element by element, the muscle memory carrying the parts my mind kept abandoning. When I finished the final position, the building was still empty and the music stopped and the silence was the specific kind that feels personal. Priya was at the boards when I came off. She'd been there since 6:15, I'd seen her come in but I hadn't said anything and she hadn't either. She was sitting on the bench with her skate bag and her coffee and the look she'd had for 3 days, not "I told you so," which would have been easier. Priya's "I told you so" face is something I can argue with. The face she was wearing now was just there. Present. Witnessing. Worse. "It'll come back," she said. I know. It's not a technical problem. I know that too. She wrapped both hands around her cup. "Do you want to talk about it?" "No." "Okay." She stood. "I'm going to warm up at the far end. You can talk to me or not, I'll be there either way." She stepped onto the ice. I watched her go and thought about the specific quality of that, "I'll be there either way," and what it costs someone to mean it and how rarely people actually do. I went back to center ice. I tried the combination spin. Lost the entry edge and had to restart. The rink stayed empty in the wrong direction. The regret settled in on the 2nd day. Not about the rule, Rule 5 existed and I had invoked it and that part was clean, or it would have been if the rule was the problem. The rule wasn't the problem. The text was the problem. I'd gone to his door with the text on my phone and the story it told already assembled in my head, already decided, already filed under the category I'd built for him 3 years ago and only just started dismantling. I'd given him the conclusion and asked him to disprove it instead of giving him the evidence and asking what happened. The difference between those two approaches is the difference between a conversation and a conviction. I'd convicted him before he opened the door. He'd asked who told you that, and I'd heard defensiveness instead of the more obvious thing, a person who needed to know where the story came from because the story was wrong and knowing the source would explain how it had gotten to me. He'd confirmed the meeting. He hadn't explained it. But I hadn't given him real space to explain. I'd arrived at his door as a closed door myself, and 2 closed doors don't make a conversation, they just make a wall. Tell me I'm wrong, I'd said. He'd gone silent. I'd taken the silence as confirmation. It had not occurred to me until the second day, alone in the rink at 5:45, that silence can mean other things besides guilt. That Jack Callahan, who I knew by then, who I had spent 2 months learning in the specific way you learn someone when proximity removes the option of remaining a surface, went quiet when something was too large for the immediate sentence. When the thing underneath the question was bigger than the question itself. He'd gone quiet. I'd left. I thought about that on the third morning, running edge sequences that felt like going through motions. I thought about I don't care what it costs me through an open door. I thought about the blanket. The sticky note. 6 weeks of shoulder corrections and late nights and a man who checked the rink schedule not because he needed to but because he was keeping track of me in a way he never explained and I never asked about. I thought about how much easier it is to believe someone used you than to face the possibility that they didn't. That they were in fact doing the harder thing, which is caring about someone without a guarantee, without rules to protect the caring, without any clean exit once it goes far enough. It's easier to be betrayed. Betrayal has a shape. It fits in the folder I'd built in freshman year. It makes sense of everything that followed. The other thing, the other possibility, doesn't fit in any folder. And I had stood at his door with my armor fully on and given him 30 seconds to prove I was wrong, and when he couldn't do it in 30 seconds I'd used the rule and walked out. I sat on the locker room bench after the third morning practice and put my head in my hands and sat there. Priya came in at some point. She sat beside me. She didn't say anything. I think I made a mistake, I said. To the floor. She was quiet for a moment. What kind? The kind where the evidence was wrong and I knew it might be wrong and I went in anyway because being wrong about the evidence was less scary than being right about what I actually feel. She didn't say anything for a long moment. Then, okay. I need to find out who sent that text. Okay, she said again. Different inflection, the one that means I'll help, tell me what you need. I lifted my head. The number was blocked. But the phrasing, your hockey captain. Not his name. The phrasing is distancing. Someone who wanted me to think of him as a function rather than a person. Priya looked at me. I could see the thought forming. Marcus, she said slowly. Before everything. He was referred to the conduct committee last week. Holt filed the documentation. I looked at my hands. But referred doesn't mean gone. Not immediately. There's a window between the referral and the formal outcome. She was already on her phone. She knew the Student Conduct Office's public schedule, the dates when referrals were formally processed, the timeline from referral to hearing. She pulled it up and went quiet, reading. The referral came in last Friday, she said. The conduct committee met Monday. She scrolled. Outcome posted Tuesday. She looked at me. Academic fraud, in addition to the athletic conduct issues. He was expelled Tuesday morning. Tuesday morning. I pulled up the text. Checked the timestamp. Monday night. 10:47 p.m. 12 hours before he was formally expelled. 12 hours before he had nothing left to lose and everything left to use. A last move. One final thing thrown at the only target he had left, not Jack directly, not anything traceable, not anything he could be held to. Just an unknown number and 4 lines of text and the specific knowledge that I was the person whose doubt would cost Jack the most. He'd known that. He'd calculated it. I put my phone down on the bench and looked at the locker room wall. Marcus Webb had been expelled for academic fraud on Tuesday morning, and I had walked into Jack's apartment on Monday night and invoked Rule 5 based on a text that Marcus Webb sent from a blocked number 12 hours before he lost everything. I sat on the bench and didn't move for a long time. The locker room had the particular quiet of a space that's used and empty at the same time, the smell of cold air and equipment and effort, the kind of quiet that's been around long enough to have weight. I sat in it and I didn't cry, because I don't cry that way, but there was something in my chest that was pressing hard on the inside of my ribs and didn't have anywhere to go. Priya's hand found my shoulder. Just rested there. Not rubbing, not patting. Just there. The qualifiers in 10 days, I said. I know. I have to skate well. You will. I have to fix this first. I looked at the floor. I don't know if he'll, after Rule 5, I don't know if he'll. You don't know until you try. I put my hand over hers for a second. Then I stood up. I picked up my bag. I rolled my left wrist once, the nervous habit, the one I never notice until someone points it out, and then deliberately stopped. Okay, I said. I walked out of the locker room. I needed to go find Jack Callahan and tell him I was wrong, and those were the hardest 4 words in the English language in that specific order, and I was going to say them anyway. But first I was going to go back to the ice. I was going to run the program from the beginning, full run-through, music on. I was going to find what I'd lost in the last 3 days and bring it back. Not for the qualifier. Not for my mother. For me. I pushed back through the rink door. The cold hit. The ice was still there, clean and white under the pavilion lights. I stepped on. Chapter 18. What I didn't say. Jack. Hockey has always been the place where my brain stops. Not in a bad way. In the way that a machine stops making noise when you give it the right job, the quiet of something working correctly. On the ice everything narrows to the next 15 seconds. What's in front of me, who's moving where the puck is going before it gets there. There's no room for anything else, and I've always found that clean. Necessary. I've thrown myself into hockey after bad games, after my father's phone calls, after injuries, after losses that sat wrong in my chest for days. It has always worked. The ice absorbs what I bring to it and gives me back the one thing I know how to be. I brought the thing with Isla to the ice and played the best game of my season. 4 points. 2 goals, 2 assists. Third period, we were down by 1 and I got the puck at the left circle and I did not think about anything, not scouts, not my father, not a closed door at 9:43 on a Monday night, and I put the puck exactly where I meant to put it and it went in and the arena went loud and I felt nothing except the rightness of the shot. We won 4-2. The scouts were in the box. I know because Holt mentioned it before the game the way he always mentions it, casual, informational, the implication clear. I played like they weren't there. Not because I was indifferent to the draft, but because somewhere between the warm-up and the first drop, I stopped having enough room in my head for anything except the ice. In the locker room after, the energy was high. Winds do that, they fill a room, make it louder than the walls can comfortably hold. I sat at my stall and unwrapped my hands and let the noise run around me. Damon sat down beside me. Waited until most of the room had moved toward the showers. Good game, he said. Yeah. A pause. Scouts looked happy. Good. Another pause. He was building to something. With Damon you always know when he's building to something because his pauses get more deliberate, more spaced out, like he's giving you time to see it coming so it doesn't land as hard. You're going to let her think that, he said. You're just going to let it sit there. I looked at my hands. She made her call. Because you let her. Not angry. Just straight. You stood there and said nothing and she walked out and you let that happen. I said the meeting was for the scouts. You didn't tell her why you were protecting her. He looked at me. You've been keeping Marcus's contact quiet, keeping the extra interference quiet, keeping all of it quiet, and when she came to you with a story that made you look bad you didn't give her the thing that would have unmade it. She didn't give me time to. 15 seconds, Jack. It would have taken 15 seconds. He wasn't raising his voice. He never did. That was the thing about Damon, his directness didn't need volume. You could have said I've been intercepting attacks on you for 2 months and I didn't tell you because I couldn't explain why without saying the thing I wasn't ready to say. That's the sentence. That's all of it. And you didn't say it. I looked at the floor. Why didn't you say it? I didn't answer. He waited. Long enough that it became clear the silence was its own kind of answer. Okay, he said. He stood up. Picked up his gear. You know where she is. The qualifier's in what, 10 days? 9. Then you've got 9 days to figure out if you're going to keep being the person who writes exit rules into everything, or if you're done with that. He looked at me once more. Not hard. Just clear. Your call. He walked to the showers. I sat at my stall alone with my unwrapped hands and the noise of the room and the particular weight of a thing that needed saying and hadn't been said. Lily arrived on Thursday. I'd forgotten she was coming. That's not as bad as it sounds. Lily makes her own travel arrangements, always has, and she informs me of them after the fact as a courtesy. She texted at noon, at the bus station. Come get me or I'll take an Uber and expense it to you. I went and got her. She's 17. She has my mother's eyes and my father's jaw, and she has, since approximately age 12, been the sharpest person in any room she walks into. She competed figure skating until she was 16. She stopped because she wanted to, because she decided one day that she was done performing for other people's approval and the decision was complete and final the way all her decisions are. She took up recreational boxing instead. She does not explain this to people who don't deserve the explanation. She got into my car with one bag and looked at me for exactly 3 seconds. You look terrible, she said. Good to see you too. I'm serious. When did you last sleep properly? I sleep fine. Your eyes say otherwise. She put her bag in the back seat. Damon texted me. I pulled out of the bus station lot. Damon needs to close his mouth. Damon was worried. He said you've been, she paused, choosing. Off. I'm fine. You just played 4 points and you're not even a little happy about it. You're fine the way a building is fine right before something structural goes wrong. She looked out the window. Is it the figure skater? I said nothing. I'll take that as yes. She watched the campus appear through the windshield. She thinks you used her. She thought. It's complicated. Did you tell her you didn't? I was quiet for long enough that she turned to look at me. Jack. She invoked the rule, I said. We had rules. She invoked the exit one. That's. What rule? We had an arrangement. It was clear from the start. Either of us says done, it's done. She said done. Lily was quiet for a moment. Then, you wrote rules. Yes. For this specific situation. Yes. Why? I pulled into the campus lot. Put the car in park. So there was a clean way out when it needed to end. The silence in the car was the kind that has texture. Lily was looking at me with something in her expression that I recognized. It's the look she gets when she's working out the gap between what someone said and what they meant. You wrote the rules, she said slowly, before you needed them. That's the point of rules. You make them before. Before you were too far in to leave cleanly. She looked at me straight. Jack. You wrote those rules specifically so you'd have an exit before you got too deep. You knew you'd need it. You were already scared of how far it would go. I looked at the steering wheel. And now she used your exit and you're letting her. Her voice wasn't hard. It had the kind of softness that Lily reserves for things she actually means. That's not honoring a rule. That's a coward's way out of saying the real thing. The word landed. Not because it was cruel, Lily isn't cruel. Because it was accurate, and accurate things land differently than cruel ones. They find the specific place where you already knew and hadn't admitted. I sat in the car and said nothing for a long time. I know, I said. Finally. Quietly. To the steering wheel, to the parking lot, to the part of myself that had known it since Monday night and had been sitting with it anyway. Lily reached over and briefly pressed her hand against my arm. 1 second. Then she picked up her bag. Which building is mine? West Hall. Third floor. I called ahead. She got out. Walked around the front of the car. Then stopped at my window and knocked until I rolled it down. She's still here, she said. Right. She's still at this school. Yes. Then you still have time to not be a coward. She straightened up. Show me the dining hall. I'm starving. I gave Lily a campus tour that lasted 40 minutes, which was 20 minutes longer than the tour and 20 minutes of her asking questions I hadn't considered before, about the athletic complex layout, about the rink schedule, about what does she study and where does she practice, with the specific focused interest of someone gathering information and not explaining why. At 5 p.m. she said she was going to the student center to get coffee and she'd find her way back. I let her go. With Lily, letting her go is the only option. I went back to my apartment. I sat at my desk. I looked at the inside of the drawer where the napkin was, folded, behind the sticky note. At 7:15 my phone buzzed. Lily, met someone interesting in the parking lot. Heading back now. Also you're buying dinner. I stared at that text. Met someone interesting was not a phrase Lily used casually. I typed, who? The 3 dots appeared. Disappeared. Appeared again. Figure skater. Nice coat. She looked like she had somewhere to be, but I might have slowed her down a minute. Come buy me dinner before I say more. I put my phone down on the desk. I looked at the drawer. Then I looked at my phone again. Then at the ceiling. I sat in the specific stillness of knowing exactly what I was going to do and not being quite ready to move yet. Then I stood up. Chapter 19. The conversation that should have come first. Isla. I met Jack's sister on Thursday by accident. I was cutting across the campus parking lot on the way back from the rink, late practice, dark already, my bag over one shoulder and my head somewhere that was not the parking lot, when someone came around the corner of the equipment building fast and we nearly walked straight into each other. She stopped. I stopped. We stood about a foot apart in the yellow glow of the parking lot light. She was young, 17 maybe, with a dark blonde braid and the specific kind of direct gaze that takes stock of you before you've had a chance to decide what you want to show. She looked at me for 2 seconds the way people look at someone they were expecting, which was strange since we'd never met. Hi, she said. I'm Lily. I processed the surname that didn't need to be said out loud. Isla, I said. I know. She adjusted her bag strap. No preamble, no small talk warm-up. She had her brother's approach to sentences. My brother hasn't slept properly in a week. I thought you should know. I looked at her. She looked back, steady, not aggressive, just informing me of a fact she thought I deserved. I have to go, I said. Okay. She stepped aside to let me pass. I thought you should know. I walked past her. I made it to the end of the parking lot before I stopped and stood under the streetlight for a moment and breathed. Then I went to find Priya. She was in her room with her laptop and a cold cup of noodles, which meant she'd been working since dinner and forgotten to eat it while it was hot. I sat on her bed without being invited and she looked at me over her screen and set the laptop aside without being asked. Talk, she said. I need you to tell me something and I need you to tell me straight, not the version where you soften it because you think I can't handle it. I always tell you straight. You tell me straight with a cushion. I need it without the cushion. She folded her legs under her and looked at me. Okay. I sat for a second. Then, my mother. When she stopped competing. Tell me what you know about it. Priya was quiet. Not the I don't know quiet. The I'm deciding how to do this quiet. She was 24, she said. 1 season away from being age eligible for her last Olympic cycle. She pulled out of the qualifier, ankle issue, said it wasn't healing right. She never went back. Was it the ankle? A pause. Your grandmother told my mom once that the ankle was real, but it wasn't the whole thing. Priya's voice was careful. Specific. She said your mom was terrified of going to nationals and not winning. That she'd built her whole identity around being the best and she couldn't make herself risk finding out she wasn't. I looked at my hands. She withdrew before she could fail, Priya said. And she never found out if she would have. I'd known some version of this. In the way you know things you've never let yourself fully look at, the peripheral knowledge, the thing at the edge of your understanding that you keep walking past without stopping. My mother competing and then not competing and then building the rest of her life around training me to do the thing she hadn't been able to finish. The 4 words before every competition. Don't embarrass us, Isla. The us that was really me. Her unfinished story running through my life like a current I'd been swimming against for 21 years without quite naming what it was. She left before it could cost her, I said. Yes. And then she spent 20 years making sure I didn't. I was quiet for a moment. Except I've been doing the same thing. Priya didn't agree out loud. She just waited. The arrangement with Jack. The rules. The whole construction of it. I looked at the floor. It was a way of being in it without being in it. So if it ended I could say I'd been careful. I could say I'd never really committed to it. I could not fail at it because I'd never fully tried it. Yes, Priya said. Gently. And when the text came in, when there was a story that said he'd used me, I went straight to it. I went to it fast. I heard the thing I was saying as I was saying it, the shape of it becoming clear in the saying. Because if he'd used me then I was right to keep the distance. I was smart to have the rules. I didn't get hurt because I was careful. But the other possibility, Priya said. If he wasn't using you. Then I'd been protecting myself from something real. And real things hurt more when they end. I looked up at her. It's easier to be betrayed by someone you were careful with than to be left by someone you actually let in. Yes, she said again. Still gentle. Still straight. Isla. You accused him of the exact thing you were doing. You used the arrangement to stay safe. You used Rule 5 as your exit before it could cost you. I sat with that. Let it be fully true instead of almost true. I've been my mother this whole time. Not the whole time. You let him in more than you know. She looked at me. That's why this hurts the way it does. You didn't stay as safe as you thought you did. I stood up. I picked up my coat from her chair where I'd dropped it. I have to go find him. I know. I don't know what I'm going to say. Yes, you do. I stopped at her door. What if he? Isla. She looked at me with the specific calm of someone who has been waiting for this exact moment and is not going to let me talk myself out of it. Go. He wasn't home. I knocked twice and waited. Nothing. I checked my phone, no texts, no red receipts on the messages I'd sent 2 days ago that he hadn't opened. I sat down on the steps of his building because I'd walked here in the cold with my coat not properly zipped and the specific energy of someone who has finally made a decision and needs to act on it before the decision loses nerve, and I was not going back without saying what I came to say. I sat there for 40 minutes. My hands got cold. I pulled my sleeves down over them and sat on the top step and watched the campus path leading to his building and thought about what I was going to say. I'd worked out several versions on the walkover. All of them started the same way. I was wrong. The rest was less certain. At some point I heard footsteps. The specific pattern of someone who walks like they're used to carrying weight and have learned to distribute it evenly. I looked up. He stopped at the bottom of the steps. The light from the building entrance reached halfway down the steps and left the bottom half in partial dark. He was standing in the partial dark looking at me with an expression that I didn't have a word for, not surprise, not wariness. Something more complicated, something with more layers than I could read in one pass. We looked at each other. Neither of us said anything for a moment. You're going to get cold out here, he said finally. Not what are you doing here or what do you want? Just that. I know. I moved over slightly on the step. Making room. He stood at the bottom for another second, then came up and sat beside me. Not close. Person width of space. In the cold air between us I could feel the warmth of him anyway. We sat there. Marcus sent the text, I said. To the path in front of us, the campus lights, the night. The blocked number. He sent it the night before his conduct hearing. Last move. I kept my voice level. Not that it matters now. But I should have asked you instead of decided. I came to your door already decided and that was wrong. He was quiet. Beside me, not looking at me, hands loose between his knees. I was protecting you from him, he said. The compliance office contact, I'd already shut it down. The extra attacks after Marcus got referred, I intercepted them before they could reach you. A pause. I didn't tell you I was doing it. Why? He was quiet for a moment. The real kind of quiet, the kind that means the answer is there and he's deciding how to carry it to the surface without dropping it. Because I wasn't supposed to care that much, he said. Telling you meant explaining why I was doing it. And I wasn't ready to explain why. I turned to look at him. He was looking at the path. Why do you? I said. He turned his head. We were a foot apart on the steps and the building light fell across the side of his face and he looked at me the way he'd looked at me in the gallery in front of the sculpture that wasn't falling, clear, unguarded, a person who has decided to stop performing. You know why, he said. I did know. That was the thing. I had known for a while and filed it under after the qualifier, after nationals, after some future point where I was ready to let it be true. Sitting on his steps in December with my hands cold and my coat unzipped, I ran out of afters. Neither of us moved. The night held us both in it, the cold, the light, the path where a few students crossed in the distance completely unaware that two people were sitting on a building's front steps in the specific suspended silence of something about to change. I didn't say anything. He didn't say anything. The chapter ended there, for both of us. Right on the edge of the next thing. Neither of us ready to go back and neither of us able to stay still much longer. Chapter 20. Rewrite the rules. Jack. She was still there when I sat down beside her. I'd walked home from Lily's dinner thinking about what Lily said in the car and thinking about the drawer with the napkin in it and thinking about 9 days and 10 and all the days after that where the ice schedule would change and the season would end and people move to the next thing and then the next, and time passes whether you use it or not. And then Isla Chin was on my steps with her coat not fully zipped and her hands cold, and everything I'd been planning to say rearranged itself into the one thing that mattered, which was sitting down beside her and not going anywhere. She said Marcus. She said the text, the timing, the last move of a person with nothing left. She said I should have asked you instead of decided in the same flat honest voice she uses for things she means completely. I said the rest of it. All the things I'd been carrying in separate pockets, the protection work, the intercepted attacks, the reason I hadn't told her. And then the reason I hadn't told her, which was the thing underneath all the other things. I wasn't supposed to care that much. She asked why I did. I told her she already knew. And she did, I could see it in the way she went very still when I said it, the way she wasn't surprised so much as finally allowing herself to hear what she'd been carefully not hearing for weeks. Neither of us moved for a long time after that. The cold was real. The steps were hard. Neither of those things mattered enough to move for. At some point I reached into my jacket. Not consciously, my hand found the inside pocket the way hands find things they've been aware of for a while. The napkin was there, folded, slightly worn at the creases from being taken out and put back. I'd moved it from the desk drawer to my jacket 3 days ago. I told myself I wasn't sure why. I held it out to her. She looked at it. Then she took it. Unfolded it carefully, the way she handles documents, attention, not ceremony. She read it through once. Then again. In the building entrance light I watched her face move through something I couldn't name, something that was too small and too complete to be one emotion. She held both halves of the napkin in her hands for a moment. Then she tore it in half. Clean across the middle, one motion. She held both pieces and looked at them. New rule, she said. I waited. She looked at me. One rule. Just one. She turned the pieces in her hands. Don't lie to me. Not about what you feel. Not about what you're protecting me from. Not about any of it. She held my gaze. That's it. That's the whole list. I thought about the 5 rules on the napkin. The architecture of them, the exits, the walls, the specific construction of a system designed to let me care without being accountable for caring. I'd built it well. It had done exactly what I designed it to do. Okay, I said. Same goes. She nodded once. I mean it, I said. Both directions. I know. She looked at the torn pieces. I've been lying to myself for months. I'm done with that too. The particular silence that exists between two people who have stopped performing settled over the steps. The campus sounds were still there, distant, ambient, the regular noise of a place full of people living their lives, but around us, the specific quiet of something finally said. Then we were not on the steps talking anymore. Inside was warmer. The lamp was on. The apartment was exactly as it always was, his gear by the door, Damon's coffee mug still on the counter from this morning, the desk with the open laptop and the drawer I'd stopped avoiding. We sat on the couch. Not the distance we'd maintained for 2 months. Less than that. Real distance. The kind that's honest about what it is. I told her about my father. Not the version I'd told in pieces to Damon over 3 years, the sideways version, the almost saying version. The whole thing. Starting from age 6 in the drive home after my first organized game, my father's voice going through everything I'd done wrong with the specific thoroughness of someone who'd studied this his whole life and needed me to understand. The way I'd learned to separate the game from the assessment, to love hockey and also brace for what came after. The way that separation had become its own kind of damage, so that by the time I was playing at a level worth drafting, I didn't know anymore which parts of it were mine and which parts were his wound wearing my number. I told her about calling him last week. About the silence when he hung up, and the hollow I'd expected that didn't come. She didn't interrupt. She didn't fix. She sat with her legs tucked under her and listened the way she does everything, completely, without performing attention, just actually there. When I finished she was quiet for a moment. I understand that more than you know, she said. So she told me about her mother. She told me about the qualifier story, the ankle, the withdrawal, the way her mother had walked away from the unfinished thing and spent 20 years coaching Isla toward the completion of it. She told me about don't embarrass us before every competition since she was 12. She told me about the double flip at the regional qualifier, the verdict delivered in the corridor before a hug, the touch that meant the opposite of what a touch is supposed to mean. She told me what she'd figured out with Priya's help, that she'd been her mother this whole time without knowing it. Withdrawing before the cost, protecting herself with systems and rules, using the arrangement as a ceiling rather than a floor. I was afraid, she said. Not looking at me. Looking at her hands. Not of you. Of what it would mean if it was real and then it ended. I know. I looked at her. I was the same. The rules were an exit before I'd need one. I paused. I needed one and I didn't take it. She looked up. Why not? Because by the time you invoked it I was too far in for the exit to be clean. I held her gaze. There's no clean version of this for me anymore. I tried to build one. It didn't take. She was quiet for a moment. Then something in her face shifted, not the armor coming down, she'd already done that on the steps. Something under the armor. Something she'd been carrying in the inside pocket, like the napkin. Jack. Yeah. I'm in love with you. She said it the way she says everything hard, straight, no buffer, the direct version because she'd decided the indirect version was a form of lying and she was done with lying. I've been trying not to be for a while. It didn't work. I looked at her. I'm telling you because the rule says I have to tell you the truth about what I feel. She held my gaze. That's what I feel. I reached over and took the torn napkin halves from where she'd set them on the cushion between us. I held them for a second. Then I said, I love you. I've known it for longer than is probably reasonable given how many formal complaints we've filed against each other. Something crossed her face, startled, almost, and underneath it something that was the specific relief of a thing finally confirmed. Then she laughed. The real one. The one I'd heard exactly once before, at the party, the one she couldn't stop in time. It lasted maybe 3 seconds and she controlled it but not before I saw all of it. The complaints are documented, she said. On record. I know. I've read them. That's, you read my complaints. I wanted to know what you were actually saying. I looked at her. You're very precise when you're angry. She stopped. Looked at the torn napkin in my hands. Throw that away. I'm keeping it. Why? Same reason you kept the sticky notes. She went quiet. A small, specific quiet, the kind that means something landed exactly where it was aimed. My phone rang. The sound cut through the room, sharp, too loud. I pulled it out. The screen said, "Draft Committee, incoming call." I looked at it for 1 ring. 2. Then I silenced it. Turned the screen face down on the cushion. "I'll call them back," I said. She looked at me. Not at the phone, at me. Her expression was the careful, honest face she uses when she's seeing something clearly and deciding whether to say it. She didn't say it. She didn't need to. The thing she was thinking passed between us without words, the way some things do once you've stopped performing, clear, real, and exactly enough. Something in her quietly resolved. I watched it happen. It was the smallest movement, her shoulders dropping a fraction, her hands relaxing in her lap, but I knew what it meant because I'd been watching her closely enough for long enough to know the difference between Isla bracing and Isla landing. She'd landed. So had I. The lamp hummed. The phone stayed face down. Outside the window the December night ran its course, and inside the apartment 2 people sat with the wreckage of 5 rules and one new one and found it, improbably, enough. Chapter 21. All eyes on the ice. Isla. The locker room before competition has a smell I have known since I was 6 years old. Cold air and hairspray and the particular chemical bite of blade sharpening fluid. Rubber floor mats and the faint metal smell of the boards coming through the walls. Every rink in every city in every competition of my life has smelled exactly like this, and every time I walk into it my body does the thing it has always done, it goes quiet. Focused. Like a light narrowing to a point. The national qualifier locker room smelled the same as all the others. I sat at the mirror and did my hair and told myself it was any other day. My hands were steady. That was the first thing I checked, always the hands, because nerves show in the hands before anywhere else. Steady. Good. Priya was 2 seats down, in the zone she gets before competition, not quiet exactly, but internal, the outward version of her tuned low so the inward version can run at full capacity. She caught my eye in the mirror once and gave me the small nod that meant you've got this in our private language built over 4 years of competing alongside each other. I gave it back. The program was ready. I'd run it clean 11 days in a row. The shoulder was correct. The triple axel was landing exactly where I wanted it. The double flip, the element my mother had critiqued at the regional qualifier, the under-rotation she'd noted in the corridor before a hug, I had fixed, and I knew it was fixed, and I was going to land it today and it was going to be exactly right. Novak came in at 1:45. She moved through the room doing what she always does before competition, individual notes, technical, brief, specific to each skater. She got to me last. Shoulder timing, she said. Confirmed corrected. Land it and hold the back edge. She looked at my hands, checking the same thing I'd checked, and gave one brief nod. Your entrance timing on the step sequence has been your strongest it's ever been. Trust it. Okay. She started to turn away. Then she stopped. For a moment she just stood there, not quite turned away, not fully facing me either, like she was deciding something. Coach Novak in the 11 years I'd known her had made every decision quickly and implemented it immediately. This one took her 3 full seconds, which was the longest I'd seen her hesitate since the day she told me my regional ranking and almost smiled about it. She turned back. You were better when you were happy, Isla, she said. Quietly. Not a coaching voice, a different one I hadn't heard from her before. I should have said that sooner. I didn't say it enough. She looked at me with the flat directness she applies to everything, except this time the thing she was being flat and direct about was care, which were the same face but felt entirely different. Go skate. She walked out. I sat at the mirror for one moment after the door closed. Priya looked at me. I looked back at her. She didn't say anything. I didn't say anything. Some things don't need words to be understood between people who know each other. I put my blade guards on and went to warm up. The qualifier arena was full. Not the roaring full of a hockey game, the focused, held breath full of a figure skating competition, where the attention in the room has weight and direction. 800 people and every single one of them pointed at the same piece of ice. I did not look at the stands during warm-up. I never do. The stands are not the ice and during warm-up the ice is everything, getting my blade on it, feeling the temperature, finding the edges, reminding my body of the surface under it. When the warm-up ended and I came off the gate to wait for my name, I looked up. He was in the third row. Dark jacket. No Hartwell hockey branding, no jersey, nothing that announced what he was. He was just there, the way he'd been at the regional qualifier, sitting in the specific way of someone who came because they wanted to be there and would not have come otherwise. He wasn't on his phone. He wasn't scanning the room. He was watching the ice with his forearms on his knees. He felt me look. His eyes found me the same second. He didn't wave. Didn't gesture. He just held my gaze for a moment, and in that moment something that had been held tight in my chest all morning released, not disappeared, not dissolved, but released, the way a hand opens when it's been holding something too long and finally trusts the table to hold it instead. I looked back at the ice. I was ready. They called my name at 2:48. I stepped onto the ice and skated to center and took my opening position. Right arm extended, left at my side, head forward, everything gathered in. The music started, my piece, the one I'd chosen myself for the first time in my skating life, not assigned by a coach or selected for technical showcase or approved by my mother. I'd chosen it because it felt like a question I was still inside of, and I wanted to answer it in public, on the ice, in front of everyone. The first 8 counts were the step sequence. I hit every edge exactly right. The footwork moved through my body the way breathing does, without decision, just correct, just happening the way it's supposed to happen when you're not managing it but living it. The combination spin hit at count 32. I felt the rotation build and let it build instead of controlling it, and the difference between those two things is everything, the difference between a program and a performance, between skating at the music and skating inside it. The triple axel came at the 2-minute mark. Left shoulder set late, exactly right, the 3-turn clean, the pick exactly placed. I left the ice on a full right outside edge and rotated and landed on a back outside edge that ran and ran and ran, longer than it had ever run, all the way to the natural end of the momentum, and I let it. I did not step out of it early. I let the landing be as long as it wanted to be. The double flip was at 3 minutes and 14 seconds. I thought about my mother in the corridor. The verdict before the hello. The double flip was under-rotated. I thought about it for 1/2 second and then I thought about nothing because thinking was the wrong tool for what came next. I picked into the ice on a left back inside edge and rotated twice and landed clean on a right back outside edge, and the rotation was exact and the edge held and the audience made the sound that an audience makes when something goes right, not loud, not a roar, but the particular collective exhale of 800 people simultaneously releasing a held breath. I finished the program. Final position, right arm extended, head forward, everything stilled. The applause came up like a wave. I stood in the center of the ice and breathed. Once. The sound of the arena came back in full, the specific roar of a crowd that has been watching something and wants to say so. I came out of the position and moved toward the gate, and the roar stayed, and I kept moving because if I stopped I was going to stand in the middle of the ice and fall apart in front of 800 people, and that was not happening. The scores took 4 minutes. I sat in the kiss and cry with Novak beside me. She doesn't hold hands, she doesn't touch, she sits with her presence fully there, and that's what she offers and always has been, and I watched the board and waited. The numbers came up. Technical panel, 76.48. Program components, 72.15. Total, 148.63. First place. Not by a small margin. First by 6 points, which in competitive figure skating is not a small margin. It was the highest score I had ever received in a national-level competition. It was the score I had been building toward for 4 years. It was the score my mother had implied I could reach and I had spent 4 years trying to agree with her about. I looked at the board. I looked at the numbers. I sat with them for a moment in the way you sit with something you've been working toward long enough that having it doesn't feel like you expected it to feel. Then I looked up at the third row. He was already standing. It's different. Fundamentally, in the body, in the way the ice feels under the blade, it's a different thing. Not better by the numbers, necessarily, though tonight the numbers were fine. Different in a way that doesn't have a stat category. The way you carry the puck, the way you call plays, the way you move when there's no one in the crowd whose reaction you're tracking. You stop performing and start playing, actual playing, the thing you started doing at age 6 before it became anything else, is what the game is supposed to be. I knew it within the first 5 minutes of the final. We were in it from the drop. The other team was good, well coached, physical, 2 of their forwards had draft attention too, and I could feel it in the way they played, that specific quality of effort that has something to prove. The building was at capacity, the crowd running hot, and every line change and every possession was contested. Damon scored the first goal at 9 minutes. I got the assist, a cross-ice feed that he one-timed from the left circle, clean, the sound of it going in, one of the specific sounds you never stop loving about this game. In the moment after the goal, when the bench went up and the crowd went loud, I looked at Damon and he was already looking at me with the expression of someone who is watching something he'd been waiting for. "You're playing for yourself tonight," he said. Loud enough for me to hear over the noise. "Not a question." "Yeah," I said. "About time." He hit my shoulder once and skated back to position. I scored in the second period. A top-shelf backhand that I released a half-second before the window closed, the kind of shot where you stop thinking and just know, and the knowing is faster than any decision. It went in and the arena went up and I felt it land inside me the way it used to before everything got complicated. Clean, uncomplicated joy, the specific pleasure of doing the thing you love exactly right. The captaincy looked different tonight too. I'd worn the C for 2 years and spent most of that time managing it, managing the team's perception, managing external optics, managing Marcus, managing my father's red on my leadership record. Tonight I just led. Called changes, read the other team's defensive shifts, talked to Georgie in net between whistles about what I was seeing from the high slot. Not performing captaincy. Doing it. The bench noticed. I could feel it the way you feel a room shift, the quality of attention from the guys around me, the way they started moving to my calls without the half-second lag of people waiting to see if they agreed. We won 4-1. The locker room after was the best kind of chaos, full, loud, Georgie with his mask pushed up on top of his head shouting something incomprehensible at the ceiling, Damon with his arm around a freshman defenseman who was crying a little and trying to look like he wasn't. I moved through it, took the handshakes and the helmet taps and the shoulder grabs, said the right things because they were the true things tonight and true things are easy. Holt found me by the back wall. He held out his hand. I shook it. He held on for 1 extra second and nodded once, not at the win, at something else, something more specific. Then he let go and walked back toward the coaching staff. I showered and changed and made my way out. The corridor outside the locker room was full of program families and staff, the organized chaos of post-game access. I pushed through the door and the noise hit, everyone talking, everyone moving, the specific energy of a crowd that's been watching something and hasn't quite finished feeling it yet. I looked down the corridor. Priya was there, and Lily, the 2 of them standing together with the ease of people who have been talking for hours and found each other essential, which knowing both of them I should have predicted, and Damon came out behind me and immediately went to Priya, and the small group shifted and rearranged. And Isla was standing slightly apart from them, against the corridor wall, in her Hartwell jacket, and when I came through the door she was the only person in the hallway. Not literally. The hallway was full of people. But she was the only person in it the way some people are the only person in a room, not because the others aren't there but because your attention sorts itself so immediately and completely that the rest becomes background. She looked at me. The expression on her face was the one I'd seen at the qualifier kiss and cry from 3 rows up, not the composed public version, not the armored version. The real one. Open and specific and entirely hers. I crossed the corridor. "You won," she said. "Yeah." I watched the last period on my phone in the cab on the way here. Something at the corner of her mouth. "Your backhand in the second period was." Don't tell me it was clean. It was perfect. She said it flat. Without the irony that would have come 6 months ago. The angle was perfect. I don't know how you saw it. I didn't. I just knew. She looked at me for a moment. That's what it feels like when you stop managing it. Yeah. I looked at her. Congratulations. First place. Her expression did the thing it does, quick, complete, the flash of something she can't quite contain before she levels it out. Thank you for being there. I wasn't going to miss it. Behind us, Damon said something to Lily and Lily laughed her sharp quick laugh, and Priya said something back, and the 4 of them were doing their own thing with the comfortable ease of people who've decided to give us the room we need without making it obvious they're giving it. I looked at Isla. She looked at me. The noise of the corridor ran around us and we were still in the middle of it and it was fine. We didn't need the quiet. We'd had the quiet on the steps and in the apartment and in every early morning rink and late coffee shop, and it had built to this, two people standing in a loud hallway after winning different things on the same day, and all of it exactly right. "Let's go," I said. She reached over and took my hand. Simple. No performance. Just took it. We walked out. Chapter 23. After the ice. Isla. The celebration was loud and long and eventually narrowed to the six of us, me, Jack, Priya, Damon, Lily, and a graduate student named Felix who was Damon's teammate's roommate and had arrived at some point and been absorbed into the group the way people with good energy sometimes are. Lily left at midnight with Priya, the two of them deep in a conversation I'd caught fragments of, something about recreational boxing and whether a figure skater's edge training crossed over to footwork, which was either the most niche sports conversation in history or the most natural one, depending on who was talking. I watched them go and thought, of course. Of course these two. Damon left at 1 with Felix, both of them heading to the team house where the larger celebration was still running. He stopped at the door and looked back at Jack once, and the look between them was brief and complete, the shorthand of people who've known each other long enough to say everything in one glance. Then it was just us. Jack's apartment was warm. The lamp on the desk, the faint noise of the city below the window, the specific quality of late-night quiet that feels different from early morning quiet, thicker, more permission in it. I sat on the couch. He sat beside me. The actual beside, not the careful arranged distance. Shoulder to shoulder, the solid warmth of him against my arm. We didn't talk for a while. The day had been full, so full that the quiet after it felt necessary, like the rest after the long program, the moment where you stop moving and let everything that happened be what it was. At some point I fell asleep. Not an accident this time. Just sleep, easy and complete, the way sleep happens when the thing you've been bracing against has passed and your body finally lets go. I woke to light. Not the harsh pavilion light, not the lamp. Morning light, gray-white, coming through the window at the angle that meant early but not too early. The blanket was over me. His blanket, from the couch arm, I recognized it now, the specific weight of it. I'd know this blanket in the dark. The couch was empty beside me. I sat up. The apartment was quiet but not empty, that particular quality of a space where someone is nearby. I looked toward the window. He was in the chair by the desk, coffee in both hands, looking at the city. Not his phone, not his laptop. Just the window, the gray February morning, the campus below still mostly quiet at whatever early hour this was. He heard me sit up. Looked over. Morning. Morning. I pushed the blanket back, sat up properly. What time is it? 7:12. You've been up a while. I looked at him. He looked back, comfortable, unhurried, no performance. Just himself in the morning light in his own space. Something about the simplicity of it landed so quietly in my chest that I didn't have a word for it. Not the large feeling. The specific one underneath the large feeling, the one that says, this. This exact thing. He stood and went to the kitchen and came back with a second coffee. Set it on the table beside me. I wrapped my hands around it. Tell me about the Scouts, I said. He sat back in his chair. He'd been waiting for this, I could tell by the slight adjustment, the way he held his cup differently. Not dreading it. Just knowing it was the next thing. They offered me a development contract, he said. 2-year, conditional. He looked at his coffee. The condition was declaring this season. Leaving the semester. I was very still. What did you tell them? I asked for 48 hours. He looked up. The 48 hours ended yesterday morning. I held his gaze. And I turned it down. The words sat in the room. Clean, finished, final. Jack. I want to finish my degree. He said it the way he'd said the thing about his father on the steps, straight through, no hesitation, a person saying a thing they've already decided and don't need permission for. I want to play one more season because I love it and not because someone else needs me to. I want to know what that feels like without a contract being the measure of it. A pause. If a team wants me next year, they can want me as someone who made that choice. I looked at him. Your father doesn't run my decisions. He'll have opinions. He always does. The corner of his mouth moved. Doesn't mean I have to build my life around them. He held my gaze. And I'd like to be here. He didn't clarify what here meant. He didn't need to. I knew what here meant. It was the same here it had been since December, since the steps, since the torn napkin, since the morning that whatever this was stopped being something we were managing and became something we were in. I looked at my coffee. I thought about the development contract, the timeline, the specific cost of what he'd turned down. I thought about him sitting in this chair at 7 in the morning looking at the city, having made the decision and sitting quietly with it. I thought about my mother. She called, I said. My voice came out differently than I planned, smaller, or fuller, I couldn't tell which. Last night. After the scores posted. He waited. She saw the qualifier result. I looked at my hands. She said, I stopped. Tried again. She said she was proud. The word landed differently coming out of my mouth than it had coming through the phone. In the phone it had hit somewhere I wasn't ready for, the part that had been waiting for it since I was 12, the part that had built competition after competition and early morning after early morning quietly hoping that this time the first word would be different. My voice caught precisely once. Exactly once. He didn't say anything. He didn't offer a word for it or a frame for it or a way to manage it. He stood up from his chair and came and sat beside me on the couch and that was it. Just there. Just beside me. I sat with the word proud in the specific way it had come out of her voice, not effusive, not warm in the way Priya is warm or the way Jack is warm. My mother in her own register, which is precise and controlled and means things exactly as much as it says them. She'd said proud and she'd meant it. It wasn't enough. It was a beginning of enough. I breathed. Okay, I said. Not to anything specific. Just to the room, to the morning, to the fact of it. He reached over and took my hand. Just held it, the same way I'd taken his in the hallway last night. No comment, no performance. We sat like that. The knock came at 8:45. 3 distinct taps, not Damon, who hits doors like he's reminding them he exists. Deliberate, brief, the knock of someone who has something to say and has decided to say it. I looked at Jack. He looked at me. He got up and opened the door. Coach Holt was standing in the corridor in his coat, which meant he'd come directly from somewhere or was heading somewhere, and in his hand was a folded newspaper, the actual paper kind, the campus athletics section that the student sports desk published and that most people ignored in favor of the online version. He held it out to Jack without preamble. Jack unfolded it. I watched his face. He was still for a moment, looking at whatever was on the page. Then he turned it so I could see. The headline was above the fold, Hartwell's Unlikely Partnership, How a Figure Skater and a Hockey Captain Saved a Program. It ran the full width of the sports section front, and below it was a photograph that took up 3 columns. Not the grainy parking lot photo. Not the gallery photo. A photograph taken from the stands of a competition arena, the qualifier, by the quality of the light, looking down at the ice where a figure skater was mid-program, the shot from behind someone in the third row whose expression was visible in 3/4 profile. Jack. In the third row. Watching me skate. His face in that photograph had nothing managed about it. No performance, no captain's composure, no careful calibration of what to show and how much. He was watching the ice with the open-faced complete attention of a person who has forgotten they can be seen. I had looked up at that face from the ice last night and known something I was already knowing. Seeing it in a photograph made it different. Made it objective. Made it a fact that existed outside of my own interpretation. Thought you two deserved the real story getting told. I looked up at Holt. Lily submitted the photo to the sports desk 3 days ago, he said. As if answering a question I hadn't asked. She said she had the original if they wanted a higher resolution. He paused. I may have made a call to expedite the publication timeline. He looked at us both for a moment. Then he turned and walked back down the corridor without waiting for a response, his coat disappearing around the corner with the specific purposeful stride of a man who has done the thing he came to do. Jack looked at the photograph for another moment. Then he folded the paper and set it on the desk. Your sister, I said. My sister, he agreed. She's terrifying. I've been saying that since she was 11. He looked at me. You okay? I looked at the folded paper on the desk. At the apartment in the morning light. At the coffee going slightly cold in my hands and the blanket on the couch and the window with the February city behind it and the man standing in the middle of all of it looking at me with the expression I'd seen in three-quarter profile in a newspaper photograph and already knew by heart. Yes, I said. And I meant it the way I had not meant it in a long time, simply, without armor, without the filing and the documentation and the carefully managed distance between the word and the truth of it. Just yes. Just this. Chapter 24. New ice. Jack. Life after the rules is not a clean thing. I want to be honest about that because the story of how two people stop being enemies and start being something else tends to get told like a before and after, like there's a line you cross and on the other side of it everything is different and better and resolved. That's not what happened. What happened was messier and slower and more real than that, and I'd take the mess over the clean version every time because the mess was actually ours. Isla's mother came to visit in March. She stayed 3 days. She was precise and controlled and she loved Isla in the specific way of a person who doesn't have a lot of practice at showing it, through criticism offered as standards, through high expectations offered as belief, through the gap between what she said and what she meant being both enormous and completely sincere. I met her on the Saturday, at the dinner Isla had clearly prepared for in the way she prepares for competitions, researched, organized, specific. The dinner was tense. Not because anyone was cruel. Because some rooms have years of history in them that don't fit comfortably around a table, and pretending otherwise would have been worse than letting it sit. Mrs. Chin asked me specific questions about my plans, hockey, degree, what came after, in the tone of someone assessing whether I was a problem or a fact she had to work with. I answered directly, without performing, and at some point across the table she gave me one brief nod that I understood to mean, acceptable for now. Isla saw it. Something in her face relaxed by a fraction. The Sunday was harder, the two of them alone, a conversation I didn't hear and wasn't supposed to. When Isla came home that night she sat on the couch and said nothing for a while and I made food and sat beside her and didn't ask questions. After maybe an hour she said, "She's trying." Quietly, like she was testing the weight of it. She doesn't know how to try in the way I need, but she's trying. I thought about my father's 3 words after the championship footage. Good game, Jack. Sent by text, no preamble, no follow-up. I'd looked at those 3 words for a long time. They weren't enough. They weren't close to enough, they were 3 words standing in for everything that hadn't been said in 22 years, and 3 words can't carry that much and everyone involved knew it. But they were more than before. And more than before was something. Something you hold carefully and don't mistake for a rival, but also something you don't throw back. I texted him back. Thanks, Dad. Next season will be better. He didn't reply. I didn't expect him to. But I sent it. That's where we were, both of us, Isla and me, in March. Not resolved. Moving. The two things are different and I've come to understand that moving is actually the better one. Resolved things stop. Moving things go somewhere. The rink board ceremony was on a Wednesday afternoon in the athletic center conference room, the same room where the original proposal had been presented, which I'm sure was someone's idea of appropriate and which Isla, when she noted it, described as theatrical. Small, official, the kind of event that matters to the people it matters to and registers as a news item for everyone else. Board Chair Hale made a short statement. The figure skating program's ice allocation was confirmed, expanded slightly beyond the original hours, effective immediately. The joint appeal was formally noted as the deciding document in the review. Novak stood beside Isla with her arms at her sides and the expression of someone who has won and is not going to make it about winning. There were photographs. That's the part that matters for this particular story. Isla and I were placed next to each other for the program photo, figure skating on one side, hockey on the other, the board in the middle. She was in her Hartwell figure skating jacket. I was in mine. We stood side by side in front of the panel and looked at the camera with the complete professionalism of two people who had absolutely not seen each other at 4 in the morning and were making no comment on the matter. The photographer was taking his time setting up the shot. I kept my eyes forward. We're the only people in this photo, I said, very quietly, not moving my mouth much, who have seen each other at 4 a.m. Beside me, I felt her go still in the way she goes still when she's managing something. Don't, she said. Same technique. Eyes forward. Jaw still. Do not make me laugh in front of the Chancellor. I'm not doing anything. Your voice is doing something. My voice is simply Jack. The Chancellor seems like he'd appreciate the context. Give the photo some depth. She made a sound that was not a laugh, that was the active, physical suppression of a laugh, the specific held quality of a person using real effort to keep something contained. Her shoulder shook once. Just once. The photographer said, "Lovely, everyone. Hold that." She did not entirely stop. The corner of her mouth gave it away in 3 frames, which I know because Lily got a copy of the contact sheet from the sports desk photographer, who was there for the campus paper, and sent me 6 specific frames with no caption except a single laughing emoji. I kept them. Obviously. 3 months after the rules ended, life looked like this. Priya and Damon were whatever Priya and Damon were, something they were both calling undefined with the specific confidence of 2 people who have quietly defined it and are letting the word catch up. Lily texted Isla more than she texted me, which I chose to read as a positive development for everyone. The draft offer I declined generated 1 follow-up call from the scout in February, professional, no pressure, the standard will be in touch next season language. I'd said sounds good and meant it for the first time. Holt had 3 more teams with interest already tracked for the spring. I was in my last semester of my sports management degree and writing a thesis on athletic program administration that was, Isla noted without inflection, suspiciously well-researched on rink scheduling law. I told her the personal experience had been educational. She told me to cite my sources. The Marcus situation resolved the way institutional processes resolve, slowly, formally, without drama. He was gone. The team had recalibrated. The freshman alternate captain, a quiet kid from Manitoba named Ellis who had been understudy to a bad situation all season, turned out to be genuinely good at the job. I spent April teaching him what I'd learned the hard way about leading without performing it. Isla trained for nationals. I went to practice. We ate dinner most nights and argued about what to watch and ran the same running route on Tuesday mornings because we were apparently people who did that now, who had routes and habits and the particular domestic comfort of 2 people who have stopped being careful with each other. It was the most ordinary thing I had ever had. I hadn't known ordinary could feel this specific, this mine. I got to the rink early on a Thursday in April, which was a habit I had not broken despite having no strategic reason to be there before 6. The loading bay door was propped open, the facilities crew. I came through the side entrance and heard music. Not the arena system. A small speaker, portable, sitting at center ice. Isla's speaker, I knew it by the specific quality of the sound and the fact that it had a crack in the casing on the left side from when she'd dropped it in January and insisted it still worked fine, which it did. She was mid-program when I came through the gate. Not the qualifier program. Not the one Novak had assigned. Something I hadn't heard before, a piece that moved differently, more open in it somehow, like it had room to breathe that the other programs hadn't given themselves. I stood at the gate and watched her and thought, this is new. She was skating the way she'd skated at the qualifier but more, like she'd found something at nationals and brought it home and now she was seeing what it felt like without the competition around it. Without anyone watching. Just the ice and the peace and the early morning and the particular freedom of doing something entirely for yourself. She hadn't heard me come in. I let the gate close behind me. The sound of it, the specific metal click, carried in the empty arena. She kept skating. She did not stop. Did not adjust. Just kept going through the program like the sound was weather, something that happened and moved past. I stood at the boards and watched. Then she reached the section of the program that ran closest to the boards, a back edge that tracked along the near side, and she skated past me at full speed and her blade bit into the ice and she pulled a stop, a real one, deliberate, the kind that sends a spray of ice shavings with intent and accuracy, and the ice hit my skates in the front of my jacket and I took a half step back. She kept going. Did not look back. Reached over and turned the speaker up. I stood at the boards with ice shavings on my jacket. Something moved in my chest that was too big and too simple for a word. Not the large feeling, under that. The one that says, oh. Here. This. I laughed. Not a small laugh. The real kind, the kind that comes from somewhere it's been waiting, from the accumulation of 3 years and 1 season and a napkin and a sticky note and every 5:45 morning that was supposed to be mine and turned out to be ours. It rose up and came out and filled the empty arena the way the arena music did, except this was mine and it meant something. She was still skating. I could see from the set of her shoulders that she was not stopping. She was also, I was fairly certain from the quality of her posture, the specific tension of someone containing something, not entirely unaffected. I leaned against the boards. Crossed my arms. Watched her finish the program. When she came off the ice at the far end and walked toward the gate, she passed me without slowing. But she reached over, not looking, not stopping, and turned the speaker down. A concession. Small. Completely intentional. New program. I said. Working on it. Who's it for? She picked up her water bottle. She looked at me across the boards with the expression I knew better than any other, 1 degree less sharp than everything else, the look that was entirely mine. Me, she said. Just me. It's good. I know. She took a drink. Set the bottle down. Stepped back onto the ice. You're going to be late for practice. I've got 10 minutes. She was already back at center, back inside the program, back in the piece that was hers. But when she passed the near boards again at the start of the second run, she aimed wider. The spray hit the gate instead of my skates. Progress. I watched until I had to leave. Then I went to practice. Epilogue. What stays on the ice? Jack. 8 months later, I am sitting in the back row of the Hartwell Athletics Awards ceremony watching Isla Chen accept the Athletic Excellence Award, and she is wearing her hair down. This is not relevant to the award. It is not relevant to the ceremony, or the athletics department, or the list of accomplishments being read aloud by the department chair while 200 people in a conference center ballroom hold their programs and wait for dinner. It is entirely irrelevant to everything except the fact that I know what it means when Isla wears her hair down, and what it means is that she is somewhere she feels like herself. I think about the napkin. I kept both halves. She knew I kept them, she never asked what I'd done with them, but she'd noticed the absence of them from the desk drawer where they'd been, and she hadn't mentioned it, which meant she'd decided to let me have them. I thought that was the full story until a Tuesday in June when I opened the desk drawer for something else and found both halves there, taped back together with a strip of clear tape down the middle. Behind them, a sticky note. Kept them so you couldn't rewrite the rules without me. I'd sat in my desk chair looking at that for a long time. Then I'd taken the taped napkin and the note and put them in the inside pocket of my jacket, the same pocket they'd lived in before, and I'd left them there. They were still there. The jacket was on the chair in my apartment 12 blocks from the ceremony ballroom, but I knew exactly where they were. I think about the rules. The 5 of them, each one a wall I'd built before I understood what I was building, the architecture of a person who loved something and didn't trust himself to keep it. I had written an exit into the beginning of everything. That's the thing I'd needed Lily to name for me, and once she'd named it I couldn't unknow it. I had written those rules knowing I would need them. Knowing is different from being right. I'd needed them and I hadn't used them, not in the end, not for the purpose they were written for. The exit existed and I chose not to take it, and that choice was the most important one I made that whole year. Loving someone like Isla Chen is not like anything I have a direct comparison for. It's not like hockey, though people sometimes assume that because hockey is the center of everything I know. Hockey is controlled aggression, you channel force, you direct it, the structure of the game holds the chaos inside it. That's not what this is. This is more like the other thing. The thing she does on the ice that I could only understand from the outside until the qualifier, when I watched her stop managing the program and start living inside it. It's choosing which falls are worth the risk. It's trusting the ice to hold. Not because you've verified it will, but because you've decided you're going to skate on it regardless, and the trust comes from the choosing, not the other way around. I think about her mother, who called 3 weeks ago and asked if I was good to Isla. Not threatening, sincere, in the way her mother does sincerity, which is precise and without warmth and entirely real. I said yes. She said good. We talked for 7 minutes about Isla's program and the spring semester and what my plans were for next year, and at the end she said, she doesn't let people in easily. You understand what that means? I said I did. She said, I know you do. And she hung up. That call meant something. I'm still working out exactly what. The department chair finishes reading the accomplishments. Isla stands and walks to the front of the room. She's in the dress she bought in January that she claimed was for a completely separate formal event and which has now come to this ceremony, dark blue, simple, the kind of thing she wears when she wants to look like the occasion matters to her without performing that it matters. She accepts the award, a handshake, the plaque, the brief moment of standing for the photograph, and she says the few words they ask award recipients to say. They're good words, specific, not overlong. She thanks her coach. She thanks Priya. She says something brief about the ice that is specific enough to be real and general enough to be graceful. She doesn't look at me. I didn't expect her to. Then she does. From the front of the room, across 200 people and 3 rounds of tables, she looks directly at me. The room is still applauding, she's still holding the plaque, still standing in the lights. And she gives me the look. 1 degree less sharp than everything else. Just that. A thing she doesn't give to anyone else, which I know because I've watched her in rooms for over a year now, and she has exactly one expression that is entirely unguarded, and it's this one, and she saves it. I nod. Once. She turns back to the stage, walks to her seat, sits down. The ceremony moves on. I sit in the back row and look at the program in my hands, the names, the categories, the official record of a year's worth of accomplishment, and I think about how none of this was the plan. The plan was to keep the captaincy clean and make the draft and not let anything complicated happen in the year that was supposed to be straightforward. I think about the morning I walked through the gate at 5:45 and hit the lights and said the thing about the email, and Islachan sprayed ice across my skates and walked out, and I watched her go and thought, infuriating. And then thought, before I could stop it, interesting. I didn't know what I was starting. The lights were on and the music was up and she was already gone through the gate with her speaker under her arm, and I had 8 guys waiting for practice, and the whole thing lasted about 45 seconds. I know now. I know the full shape of it, where it went and what it cost and what it built and what it is on a Tuesday morning when we run the same route and argue about coffee and she turns her music up when I lean on the boards and I laugh because what else would I do? I'd steal the ice again. Every single morning. I'd do the whole thing over, every complaint and every napkin and every rule written and broken and torn in half, and I'd do it knowing where it was going, and I'd show up at 5:45 and hit the lights and say the line about the email, and I'd watch her spray ice across my skates and walk out, and I'd watch her go, and I'd feel the thing I felt that morning that I didn't have a word for. I have a word for it now. It's the right word. I'm keeping it. Finn. Cold as puck and enemies with benefits hockey romance complete. For everyone who wrote their rules on a napkin and then lost them on purpose. What are the profitable genres, Amazon? Search intent 14 back-end ranking keyword. For the above book which customers will type when they're searching on Amazon, no repetition in order to abide by Amazon guidelines. February 22nd. Cold as puck, Amazon KDP strategy. Profitable genres to publish under. These 3 sit in the highest volume, fastest moving romance subcategories on Amazon with consistent bestseller turnover. 14 back-end ranking keywords. No word repeated across fields. Written as customers naturally search. Hashtag keyword phrase. 1 enemies to lovers sports romance. 2 hockey captain college girl fiction. 3 figure skater athlete falling love. 4 forbidden benefits arrangement novel. 5 slow burn campus rivals book. 6 ice rink contemporary angst story. 7 hate relationship real feelings fiction. 8 steamy new adult competitive athletes. 9 university opposites attract drama. 10 winter sports emotional love triangle. 11 fake truce growing chemistry novel. 12 grumpy sunshine hockey player heroine. 13 second chance rules broken heart. 14 pucking wild romantic tension read. Pro tip, load the highest volume phrases into keyword fields 1 and 2. Amazon weights early fields more heavily in its A9 algorithm ranking system. Give me 250 words intriguing. Amazon SEO, search intent. And suspenseful and suitable. Synopsis ending with a question. From the above story. February 22nd. Cold as puck. Amazon book description. She's been fighting for her ice for 3 years. He's the reason she has to fight. Isla Chen doesn't share. Not her rink, not her routines, not her carefully controlled life. As Hartwell University's top figure skater in her final competitive season, she has one goal: nationals. Nothing else exists. Especially not Jack Callahan, the infuriatingly confident hockey captain who has been stealing her ice time since freshman year. But when a powerful board proposal threatens to slash the figure skating program's hours by 40%, permanently, Isla discovers the only weapon strong enough to fight back requires the one person she can't stand. A joint appeal. With Jack. The truce is temporary. The rules are clear. 5 of them, written on a cocktail napkin, designed to keep everything clean and controlled and safe. No feelings. Nobody finds out. No sleepovers. Enemies in public, always. Either says done, it's done. Simple enough. Until it isn't. Because somewhere between strategy sessions and stolen rink hours and one devastating party kiss, the rules start breaking, one by one, and Isla discovers that the boy she built an enemy out of has been quietly protecting her from threats she never knew existed. And Jack realizes that the girl he dismissed as his biggest inconvenience might be the only person who has ever truly seen him. When an anonymous text threatens to destroy everything they've built, and Rule 5 gets invoked in the worst possible moment. Can two people who weaponize their distance survive the truth of what they actually feel? Start your own conversation. Author's note. Dear reader, thank you for spending time with Isla and Jack. Cold as Puck began as a question I couldn't stop turning over: what happens when two people who are built to collide decide to rewrite the rules instead of breaking them? Isla's discipline and Jack's recklessness were never opposites, they were two sides of the same stubbornness, and the ice was always going to bring them together. The rules on the napkin were the heart of this story from the very beginning. I wanted to explore how two people who can't admit what they feel build a framework for something real without ever calling it what it is. Every rule they wrote was a confession disguised as a boundary. If this story stayed with you, if Isla's determination or Jack's quiet honesty meant something, I would be so grateful if you left a review. Reviews are how independent authors find new readers, and every single one matters more than you know. With gratitude. Arden Blackwell. Acknowledgements. Some books are written in straight lines. This one was carved on ice. To the readers who believed in an enemies with benefits story with napkin rules and shared ice time and two people too stubborn to admit what they already knew, thank you. You are the reason Isla and Jack exist outside my head. To Hartwell University, which doesn't exist except in my imagination, but I know exactly what the ice pavilion sounds like at 5:45 in the morning. Some fictional places are more honest than real ones. To every figure skater who ever shared a rink with a hockey team and refused to flinch, Isla is yours. And to every captain who ever carried a team on his shoulders while quietly falling apart, Jack is yours. And to napkin contracts, which will always mean more than the paper they're written on. Some rules are meant to be broken. About the author. Arden Blackwell writes dark romance with sharp edges, complicated men, and women who refuse to look away. A lifelong devotee of stories where love is neither safe nor simple, Arden Blackwell believes the best fiction lives in the space between what people say and what they mean. Cold as Puck is the third novel in the Dark Ice series. When not writing, Arden can be found haunting early morning ice rinks, collecting bar napkins with interesting handwriting, and arguing about hockey penalties with strangers.